Okay, so hey guys, welcome to part six of our Build a Web3 Mobile Wallet series. Today is part six of the seven-part series. That means we are left with one series after today's episode. To delay much, we have to cover a lot. So we need to move fast and move as fast as possible. So uh, I'm jumping into that now. So basically, this is what we had. From what we did yesterday, we were able to successfully implement the dialogue, change some colors, make some modifications as much as could. And we also implemented this feature. Some of the designs we have here, able to copy the make some adjustments, right? So we were able to do all of this yesterday. Another thing we were able to do was complete the account page, whereby you have your account information, or let me say account details. So this is basically the design system we wanted to work with, and we successfully continued working with this design system since day one, since the part one of the series. So yesterday also we proceeded and we moved to the send transaction page. Of course, we had some issues yesterday we couldn't resolve because of time, and but we were able to put some other things in place, like this showing the actual chain you are. So you can always know from trying to send a transaction if you're on the right chain you want to send from. So I feel like that makes sense, and we were able to do that yesterday. So aside from that, also we wanted to implement the sending functionality. This is just the part where you select and decide which wallet you want to send to. So currently there's only one wallet that we have created. So we are going to use that as our default wallet, right? And then there's no need for a drop down here, I know, but just in case we want to import other wallets from other places. So those are features we can implement going forward. But for now, we want to see if we can complete the send functionality as of today, and then complete with other things that are pending. So basically, this is what we have, and so let's jump right into it. So I'm going to proceed from where we completed or where we paused yesterday, which is the send page. So we were supposed to have a details page whereby if I, let's say for instance, I paste an address here. Let me copy an address from, so this is our template, right? Let's say I'm using this and I paste this address here. You can see it shows me this button, continue with address. If I click this, it should take me to the details page where I actually send the, where I actually continue to sending the perform the transaction or sending any of this, which is Sepolia testing, right? I want to send it to this account or this address that I have here. So that was the intention, and that's the intention till today. So now we are going to jump into implementing that. So let's proceed. So if I click on this now, it's going to fail because the page has not been completely implemented yet. In this case, if I click on this, it should work, right? I should get this, and you see this here. So, but then I'm going to just select another address, which is, so this is what we are expected to see on the new page itself, which is what we are trying to work on. So we need to go back to our code. So now going to the details page, what do you have on details page? You have a lot of this that I copied from this implementation, but we can't use all of this. What we are going to do first of all is just to implement a minimal version of this first of all. So I'm going to change this to view to make it make sense. So we are going to implement a minimal version of this. I'm just going to comment this out because we can't use this. And also we are not going to be using the some of these things like estimate gas. We're not going to be using estimate gas because there's no need for estimating gas. In this case, it will be displayed to you automatically. So we are going to make some swift adjustments based on the fact that we are now not working with an extension. For an extension and for a testnet implementation, you know that you want to make it that it is useful for developers and people that are coming into the space for new time or even for pro users, right? So, like for instance, now this extension is significantly useful for people that already have an idea of the Web3 space and people that are new to the Web3 space. So in this case, we make it such that we give you enough information that does not overwhelm you. But if you need more information as someone that already have more knowledge of this space, you can also see more information. So it's not really compulsory for you to do that. I can see there are enough information for a newbie to see, enter an amount to estimate gas. It's just useful in terms of accessibility, in terms of like the user experience. It makes a lot of sense. So we are trying to replicate the same thing here, but because it's a mobile wallet and it's working with just an established concept of sending real funds. We don't want all of these things here. But for someone that needs to do more verbose things, like if you're coming to the crypto space as a newbie, you want to use something like this to understand how things work. You don't want too much layer actions to get confused. Teach you what you need to know by megas. Megas. I don't need what to know it. If I right before I can send estimate the gas cost first. So it gives you like that simplicity, but it still gives you also that verbosity need going forward. So this is basically what we are trying to implement also. But like I said, we are trying to remove some things because we don't need them. We don't need the estimate gas here because we are trying to work with an established concept, which is the mainnet chains here. So going back to the implementation, I removed that aspect because we don't need it. The only thing we are going to need here is the send transaction. But I'm going to create just a basic button that will handle that aspect. So I'm going to give that button. I'm going to call it press. It should do something and do send transaction, which is basically the same thing that we have here. So in fact, I'm just going to do this, right? I'm going to use the same tooltip that we have, but something different. So I'm going to comment, or I'm going to remove this button out of here. Okay, you know what? Let me do this. Let me remove the send transaction, the gas cost, move the and this out. This is what it's going to look like. So it's just a text. It's loading states management. We're using most of it. Just going to be basic stuff. We're going to extract a lot of things that we don't need from here. And so I'm going to do here. So this is going to be just we working with this and okay. So first things first, this we need to change the tooltip. The tooltip is quite different from the tooltip that we have from the reusable component that we're trying to work with, right? So TPA, the implementation is quite different. So let me increase this a bit. The implementation is a bit different. Let's see how this is done. So this requires you to have a trigger and a content, which is different from here. This is fast and straightforward. You're just passing the content and wrap it into the element you want to show and display the tooltip for, but this is quite different. So in that case, I will remove this content value. I'll just implement the tooltip trigger. Instead, I will import it still from the same place. So the tooltip trigger is going to be what we trigger that, like in this case now, the text. And then what we display to be what you want to see. In this case, you can see it's going to display add to library, which is the same thing you can see here, right? So that's basically what you can see here also. So the button is the trigger in this case, which is similar to what we are trying to implement here. So we are moving the button into the trigger. Here we are going to make this as child so that it works directly with that. So one more thing we see here is that, like I said, Radix gives you like much more beautiful, centered, useful, accessible components. Now this is cool too, but it lacks a lot of things. Like it doesn't give you the arrow to know where it's coming from. It just displays on top of it, which yeah, it's cool, but it's not perfect. So we can have that work for our use case. And let's see if I press this, it tells me. Okay, so that's basically what we have. So if I so on press doesn't work, consent transaction, we need to also have that implemented, which we do not currently. And so we need to have all of those states. But like I said, we don't need to like jump into those states for now. I need to make some modification. One of the first modifications I want to make is, let's look at what we have here that we don't. We need this view, which is this, like I said, we need this custom keypad that we're going to make use of. Currently, we don't have the custom keypad implemented here, but I have it in the other code base that I already have for this extension, right? So that means I can just copy that from the extension. I'm going to go to custom numeric keyboard. I'll just copy that component, minimize this again, and then go here and paste it in the components like this. And then we modify it, right? Because we know that, yeah, I need to log in first again. So I'll just make some changes to this login page. So it will look actually like what we have. So I'm going to remove the Radix themes implementation for the numeric keyboard since we have since we need to have those implemented. The beautiful thing about React is that same component exists. Here we are changing back as usual. Is to replace all this implementation direction is to set the items center. We set the gap to be 3, in our case 1. Okay, let's make it 2. 1.5 should be better, but let's make it 2. Then we change this also from flex to view because we don't want the flex anymore. We set the class name. In this case, now the class name is going to be px to be, let's make it 2. Okay, let's make it 3 because now we're working mobile. We have enough space. Here, I had to cramp a lot of things in this implementation here. You have to cramp a lot of things that you can see. There's a lot of cramping, but here we have enough space for the mobile. So we can use the space available. So I'm going to set py to be px to be 3, py to be 1, gap to be, so I said gap first, gap to be 3. Like I said, we want to utilize the space a lot more, so it's not really an issue. So then the relative and will be full. I'm skeptical about the full because we are working with a view component. It might really mess it up. So we have the style, which is not really a problem. Yeah. Okay, so we have that. One more thing, we have the box. So we convert it to a view. We have convert the flex also to a view. We change this to item center, then justify also center, then the gap should be 1. We are just going to be utilizing the space this time around. So the text is going to change. We are not using text from React. We are going to be using it from the component we installed, which is from there. So we are going to change this. We are not going to be using the weight of bold. We are going to use font bold instead. Then we are going to use our size, which is text. It's going to be 2x for size of 3. Items is going to be, that's text center. It's going to be text center so that it's aligned in the center like we have here. So I'm just converting all of this to the CSS equivalent, and text muted foreground. Then color is gray. Okay, yeah, color is gray, which is the same thing. So text muted foreground. Then the style is opacity of 0.8. So currently the style here, it doesn't have this this value. So it's more like this. So we can have this way. So we can also style this and call it text muted foreground for the color gray. Then text is 2XL for the size. Like I said, we are making use of the space. So you don't mind if the text and the font size are way bigger than we have currently on the extension here. So we have spaces that can work for us. So let's import the button from this place. So we import the button from here. Let's give it a size. Size here is going to be because we don't have size 3 here. So we have this as secondary since we are using that. So soft is going to be secondary. Soft in Radix, secondary in this case. We are going to have on press from on click. So we are converting that. Then the next thing we have here is to change here. We don't have font size. Okay, we do have font size, but we can't use this. So we just use it as the font size directly. So what's the complaint? 0.5 rem is not assigned to the type for the padding block. Okay, so for the padding block, we can't have this. So we need to have like a proper value here. So we need to change the class name from size of 9. So size of 9 is going to be very text. So I'm going to change it to, if I'm not mistaken, I'll leave it here so I can make reference to it. I think it's about 5XL. 5 size of 9 in Radix. I'm not really sure what the value is right now, but I know 5XL should be about 60 to something. Okay, it's 48 pixels, so that's small. So it should be about 6. 6 should be about 60, yeah. So 9 should be way about 72 pixels, but I'm not entirely sure, which should be about 7. So which is for our use case. So I'm just going to leave it at 7XL. So it's just basically just switching between different dimensions for different frameworks. They have their very different frameworks. So if you understand how they work, you can actually move and convert the projects in the shortest possible time. It makes sense to have those things in of your head. So it's easy to make even decisions. So yeah, I'm going back to this. I'm removing this one, but you know that as it is, it's going to be text. It's going to be text center to change from align center to text center. So I'll remove this. Then the size is 5 in this case. So 5 in this case will be more like text 6XL. So we use 6 here. So I will use 9 here. I know this is like too absurd to be 4 because 5 here should be us about 40 something or 50 something. So I'm going to use 5, which is about 48 here. So that's fine. So this is fine. Basically means text overflow for in CSS aspect ellipses actually. So it's just going to be ellipses. So I'm using Tailwind 3. So there are some missing new Tailwind syntaxes that we do not have in version 3. So we can't use that. So one last thing we need to implement is the grid format. Now, currently grid implementation should work fine, but we don't have grid in we don't have grid implemented in our whole React Native setup, so we can't implement that. Best thing we can do, which I'm not even sure it has any grid system layout. Uh, not sure it does. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Not sure it does have a grid layout at all. Let me just confirm that just to be sure. Let me ask. Does React Native have a way of creating grid styles? If it no, if it does, show me an example. So this is just it's going to show me what we need to do and stuff. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to just okay, I can't go back. I need to sign in. So I'm going to make changes to this. Just a few more minutes, and then I'm going to make changes to it also. So let this work as opposed to yeah, so this is it. Doesn't implement CSS grid. Use flexbox with this and this. Flat lists, non-columns for grid. Below is a compact example showing both approaches in grid examples. So, like I said, there's no grid for React Native, so we can't implement that. But one of the things we can do in this case now is either use a flat list, but we're doing the flat list for our case because we're just trying to create something like this. So we really don't need a flat list. We can actually create it in a way that just makes it feel like we can use a view to create it and just like create it in this form, like a touchable opacity form, and just look through it and stuff. So we're going to go back. We are going to create this, but we don't need to bother about it for now. It's just a basic implementation that shouldn't take much of our time. We can always style it the way we want. So let me convert this to the view. So we're going to use a view still. Okay, we should probably use we use a view, but because we have a button inside of the view, so that should work for us. So we're going to have like my class name gap is 1. So we are going to set the width to be because we want to display it like 3 per row. So that means if it's going to be 3 per row, we want to have it as we want to have a 3 per row. So we want it to be 12 divided by 3, which is 4. So it's going to be 4 over 12 for each of them. I don't know if that dimension works for mobile, but it should work. It works for desktop. It works for web rather, so it should work. So we don't have the repeat configuration, so I'm just going to call it 4 over 12. So 4 over 12, we divide it into 3. It's just going to do the calculation itself. So P1 is going to be part of 1, automatically configured for that. So the key buttons are going to be the same thing. Nothing is changing. So we find the buttons. In this case, we don't have a size 4 buttons, so we call it large as. And if it doesn't look big enough for our use case, you can always style it with class name, because I feel like this is not be big enough. The largest button size is small compared to what we have here. This is extremely large, so we need to make it extremely large. So I'm going to call it I'm going to give it a size height of about 16, I think. Then yeah, 16 is fine. Then we're going to increase the font size to 3XL, so it gives us this big size. Like I said, I want to make use of the space, right? So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to sign into this. You know what? I want to style this first. I'm not going to sign into it until it's styled. So I'm going to leave that. So we don't have the cursor pointer configuration for mobile. So we need to remove the cursor. There's nothing called cursor. Then the height also is incompatible. Okay, the height here is 48. So that means this works for us. We can use 16, but preferably if we want to go with the actual 48 pixels, we need to use 12, right? Because like I said, CSS dimension is 4 pixels per for per value or per unit of whatever it's been defined in CSS. So we will call the font weight, in this case is bold, does not exist in type. So we don't have font weight for the button. So I'm just going to call this a styling, our style, which is going to be, you know what, I'm just going to comment this out. So the onClick doesn't exist, so it's going to be onPress. And we have the onPress handler already imported, so that works. So the variant is still going to be ghost because, like I said, we want it to be look like this. So until you hover on it, you do not see any of those stuffs. So it looks like an actual mobile keypad. So as you can see, we are done with the configuration already. So what we need to do is now go back and make use of it. Now we want to see it in action. So let's see if it works. So we do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, this and the max. So now let's try this. Before I try this, let's go back here and style this page. So go back to the sign in page. And for the sign in page, first of all, this has a white modal that is just significantly terrible to look at. So first thing I'm going to do is remove that. I do not want the background color to look actually like that. So it needs to take the shape of our actual background color, if I'm not mistaken. The background color is fine, it's not really an issue. So we need to remove the background color of white for this. So it's no longer white. So we need to make it look a bit appealing. So we don't want the shadow at all for it. You shouldn't maintain any shadow. You just work as seamless as possible. We do not want the space mono for the font, especially for the all sign. We want to maintain the Muli font. So the Muli font. Then the title text also should maintain the same thing, I think. Then anywhere we see borders and backgrounds and all of those other things, we can just remove it totally. So the sign-in text is basically this. We don't want the sign-in text to be space mono for specific stuff. So now it's cool. And what we need to do is remove the hello world stuff to see if that works. So remove the hello world. The bottom toggle should be, so I'll wrap this next to give it a bit more layout structure. And the theme toggle should look normal, not different. So the theme toggle here is just a text also. As if it's in a view, there's in a text, all of those things. So nothing too crazy. So I'm going to wrap this in a variant of ghost. So it maintains this. Yeah, it still retains the same thing. All right, so that's cool. So the right view is basically we having this background here. So we can remove this and it retains the same background, right? So it takes the same background as the entire page. So I can leave that because it looks kind of shaded, but nah, I don't want it. So let's just retain the background we have across board. So we have this, then welcome to native wind is going to leave. I do not want that, even though we have the text there, just to show that the text works, right? So that leaves automatically. So we can wrap this welcome, enter your email to sign in. So the welcome can increase significantly more. You can see that is a 4XL. 4 is perfect. Okay, you know what? This is terrible. I'm going to duplicate this because I want to have the text in different lines. I do not want this terrible implementation here. So I don't want this. I'm just going to say welcome. So welcome alone should be the 4XL. This should be 2XL. So we want it to be like this. We want the form container to maintain that same thing. We want to wrap this in a view because we want them to be have the same parents so that when moving it will not really be an issue. So we have items center. I can center it, so it makes more sense this way. So we can say welcome. We can make this 2 and make this 4 just to make it. Okay, make it 2 also. So welcome, enter your email to sign in. No, you can just say proceed using sign in using your email. So now sign using your email is a better, I think this is a much better word. Or get started using your email. That's all. So this is preferable. Get started using your email is more appealing. So we are going to change this to Excel. We're going to increase the font, bold. We are going to give this a gap of 2. Let me say 3. Okay, that makes sense. So this is going to be semi, bold, and yeah, medium. Okay, perfect. And this is going to be text muted foreground. Welcome. So get started using your email. So if we created it, it makes sense. I believe it makes a lot of sense like this. And this looks cool. Center. So for the button, we can just have the button to like absolutely be on top. It doesn't even matter. We can just have 12. We can make it 16. Yeah. So we can make this 4. And then we are good to go. So I want this to have I do not like the way it is. It's not really styled properly. It looks weird, and I don't like the way that displays. So we can use flex one for this to look to look weird. Now this is probably a good way to be to just replace that with actual stuffs at the top, probably like some icons and stuff to make it make sense. Like all these UI imputed UI stuff. That's basically the way it should be here. So you know what? I'm just going to do something like that. I'm going to wrap this in a view. I'm going to give this. I'm going to call this flex one. I'm going to change this here. I'm going to do something like this. So it literally takes that. So it's going to be flex end. I'll justify end. So it comes back down here. So this is going to be item center. And this is going to be item center. So for the theme toggle itself, it's not centered. So we need to class name. Oh, no wonder. Okay, so yeah, that fixes what I was trying to implement. We don't need the class name rendered for any of it. So yeah, so we're good to go. This makes sense. This looks a bit more like what we want to have. And this we can do it this way. And then we can make it a bit more rounded. Yeah, so you can say size is 6. Okay, so yeah, so that's really done this. So this is how fast we've converted the entire thing. So we like it this way. We will add stuffs up here, so I can just add to rounded 3XL 4X here, give it a background of secondary, and leave that here. Okay, so T so something like this will display here. You can just even have a card that displays there completely something like this. Okay, so So we have that, and so this is basically how it's going to look like. But like I said, we don't need that, so I'm just going to call it. So I'm going to leave it this way. That will just align 100% to this. This is going to be like this. So it maintains that. Basically, this is how it's going to look like. We're not like we don't have everything decided yet, but it's going to look somewhat like this. This is supposed to be full. Okay, so yeah, you get this exactly how it's supposed to look like, and that works for our use case. So now we're done with this. Let's go back to the sign in. Let me change one last thing. So the sign in looks cool, but I'm just going to sign in with my. We are going to come back to this, right? We are still going to implement stuffs here. So I'm going to change this also. That's for this page. That's for the OTP page. We're going to make some changes to see how it's going to look like. So for the OTP modal page, it's going to be just for awesome. Yeah, those is awesome. So we do not want certain things. The background colors needs to leave. We don't want white. Anything that's the white directly out. We don't want the colors, the actual colors given to the content. So the background color for the button, okay, that's fine. I'll leave the color buttons, button colors. And for the text also, so I text from React Native, which doesn't respect our texts decision. So I'm just going to import, okay, no, there's no need for that. I'm just going to get the text from here. I'm going to import it from our themed text. So everything should be back to normal. So we change the space mono, yeah, from this to this. So we have that. And then we'll come back to style it. For now, let's just leave it this way. So let me see the okay, my OTP is my okay, so yeah, so everything works fine. You should redirect me to the home page. Now let's go back to the same page and implement our feature. We'll come back to those ones eventually, just to like fix the UI to make it look cool. Like I said, we have to finish all the basic stuff, the main things that makes it a wallet here. From the very good user experience from the beginning of the entire app till whatever part you want to use the app for, you should have a very good user experience all through. So that's the goal. So we'll go back to the details here, and we know there are still a lot of issues we need to resolve. We've done the custom numeric keypad. So what I'm going to do is go back to details and comment out a lot of these things. So these are basically just validations. You can see there's a lot of validations because it's normal. You want to validate every transaction that's going to be done on the system. You have different validations. I have a lot of validations for this extension here before you can use it. There's a lot of stuff. You can't put more money than you have. You can't, everything does not work until you've met every requirement, which is what we should have as well. Should be properly validated and it should work. The validation should work. But for now, because just to test it out, we want to remove all the validations because those ones we also require careful examination to implement. I already have them implemented, but I still need to make sure that it suits this new setup, this mobile. So what I'm going to do here is remove most of these things, right, and get it to work. So I'm going to import the numeric keypad first. The max balance for so we need to fill in some details. And we know that most of these details here comes from our wallet, right? So let's start with this one. So most of the details comes from, let's go to the home page. From our home page, we have this hook here that we want to pass into. Remember we said the account we select is what we want to use here. But because we have just one account for now, we are going to be using just that one account. Eventually, when we do other account implementations like importing from your seed phrase or your key from other places and making it align with our, because we're using a smart account here. So that means whatever wallet we are bringing in must also align as a smart account. So we need to implement a way to convert that actual account to a smart account. So Alchemy beautifully gives us a way to do that. It's easy. In fact, it's extremely easy. All you need to do is just take in the address and pass it into a function that Alchemy provides us, which is called, if I'm not mistaken, it's called, just want to be sure I still know the name of the function. Okay, I'm not sure what it is here, but then there's a function for that from Alchemy that you can just use to convert it to a smart account, right? I think it's part of the docs at the top here. I think it's here. Get started with other things. Let me just look for it. Um, I think it's an account management. Yeah, so this is it. You can use it from here, right? It's an account management, user sessions, or manage account ownership. I think it's here. So you can transfer ownership of an account to a smart account. For instance, this one now, you can transfer the account ownership to the smart account, which you still have access to, but it's not really going to be transferred in this case. It's just to convert an existing account. Okay, this is not the one I'm looking for. There's one that allows you to convert it to and the smart account. Yeah, so yeah, we'll still come to that eventually, but let's just work with this first. So this is how to not sponsor gas now. This is how to pay for this is how to send transactions. We are still going to come back to this, right? So let's complete this. We can get the balance by passing that balance, because now we know that we know that user, we know the USD value, and so that means we can know the max balance here. So what is the max balance in this case? The max balance for that we need to pass to our custom numeric keypad is going to be my balance, right? My balance is going to be the max balance I'm going to pass into it. So in this case, it says it's not assignable to string. So max value is supposed to take in what? Custom numeric is supposed to take in. Let's see. Max value is a string. Okay. So I can do just to string, I convert it to a string and do this. I think that should work. So yeah, so that should be fine if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay. So then the input value is going to have amount. So the input value is the amount that you are trying to pass in from here. So I need to create a state and pass the amount, but then I'm not going to do that. There's another function that we need for that to work perfectly well. So I'm going to go back to the send function here. Oh no, okay. So I'm going to go back to the send function here and just copy that stuff. So we have the amount implemented. We have some other things that we need, states that we need. So let me use the state. We call import the use state function to prevent issues. So we have that. So I'm going to move that import to the top. So another thing we are going to need from our import is to import the handle its value change. So this is important because we want to have, for instance, we have this. If I click on this, you can see it changes from the value, that's the token value, to USD by handling the conversion. Let me show you what I mean. So currently I have 0.0005. I have 1.7 US dollars on testnet, right? So if I click on, let's say I want to add it by dollar, not by 0.00 stuff. Currently it's on ETH. I'll just swap it to use this. So I'll just use let's say I want to send 0.2. So I'm currently sending 0.2 USD currently. So if I swap it to ETH, you see that I do not have 0.2, but I have 0.2 USD, as you can see from here. So you can see that swap and the conversion works perfectly, and you can see the error message is gone. So those are the validations in place and all. So we need to use that function, handle it value change. Is very, very important. So how do we do that? I'm going to go back to handle it value change, which is what is here. It's just a simple function actually that copies this. So I'll move it back here. I'm going to add it one after the other so we understand what is happening. So this is this. I won't just copy once and just make the whole swap. So we need this state. We need to manage the state as well. Now, this is not the best way to do it. You can have a combined state, but then because this is actually different, I think for now this is the best way to make this work. Right, when that we are still even testing it, it's not really that established based on what we are doing. Things are still bound to change, right? So we have this. The actual ETH amount is as a string here because we always format it eventually to a string format. So that function is done. So if I go here, this everything about this is fine now. We have the set amount, we have the amount, we have the max length, we have the token symbol. The token symbol should be coming from the chain that we are currently. So what I'm going to do is go back to this place and import the chain. Right, I'm going to import const. I'm going to say chain equal to use chain. Right, so the token amount should be coming from. So we are not just assuming. No, why is importing from there? So we are going to be importing this from the React Native, right? Yeah, So yeah, so we're going to use this. Let me see if that is the way it should be. So let's go back to the main to check. Just yeah, so use chain. It's going to be chain, set chain is setting chain. So it's going to be this. So I'm going to go back to undo it value change the value of this token symbol, which is static in this case, to the chain native currency symbol. So that if I'm switching to a native instance which doesn't use it, I'll be getting Matic somewhere instead of it for whatever network I am. So that makes sense. So that's one of the reasons why we have that. So this is done. We need to fix some other things like max balance. So in this case, I can do something else. The max balance here is it's also a state that we set. The max balance is using just two places here. We have that when we are setting the balance in the actual validation when you are loading the max balance. So this basically use just getting the network, fetching the it balance of that particular address and the chain and setting it there, and then the price and all of those things. So like I said, all this were done there, but let's just proceed from there. So now this is what we have, and that is also a state that can be set to change when the account changes. So set max balance can be a callback, right? That just changes based on whenever the address changes, because that's mostly what's going to happen. So I can just pass that and paste that here. So for the max balance, so we're going to have that also. So I'm going to go back to using the max balance as the my balance here, but it should be something like this. So it's going to be something like this, and then this is going to change to my balance, right? Yeah. So whenever this happens, it's just going to automatically load the balance. But in this case, I don't need it because I have this. To be honest, we don't need it. The reason why we're having this here is just for whenever we have multiple accounts that want to switch between, then we can have this implemented. And the reason we can have this there is because whenever the account changes based on these dependencies, this should be whenever the chain changes, not even the chain now, because this is going to give me my balance for chain every single time, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see the way we implemented it. This account balance is coming from where? It's coming from here. So this is using the balance from the chain. Oh yeah. So it will always use the same thing. So whenever chain changes, this will automatically take it. So we don't need the use effect actually. This works perfectly for our use case. So I'm going to remove the max balance because it will always fetch my balance for whatever chain I'm working to check the chain. I'm just going to to so that that's been taking. Does it take a parameter? It takes just currently I'm using my so whenever we implement the multi-address system, then it's everything going well for now to use. So then next thing we need to do is like I said, we remove all the validations, we test it first. When the validation works, we come back to it. So we're going to change this gas estimated cost. Now we don't need this because we are sponsoring gas. We don't need to estimate gas. So we are removing that aspect. So we have the custom numeric keyboard. We have the display for this one. So we have this displayed properly. We have this also displayed properly. And you can see we have $1.70 here displayed. But we don't have that here because USD value doesn't really give us what we want. So where's it coming from? It's actually coming from the hook as well. So that means it works perfectly well. One thing we can add here is just to add like a state based on the loading state for this, because this determines a lot of things we do. So we are still going to implement that for other things in case there's no network or maybe it's stale and all of those things. Those are requirements that we can implement. So we are done with that. Let's look at the main thing that is required again. So the recipient address in this case, we do not need recipient address. This is what you see when you talk about who you're to, which is this one here. This card you see here is what all about. So we need that. Well, we don't need that. First thing we need here is text to copy. We don't even have the copy text component. We've not implemented that because it's still buggy, much buggy. We've not fixed that. I thought I wanted to fix it with AI sometimes. I'm not sure. Okay, so we are going to use AI to fix this, but while I'm still clearing this, we'll get AI to fix that eventually. So I'm going to just remove this. We don't want this yet until we are done with the other thing we want to fix. So I'm going to comment this out, right? We'll come back to it. Shorting address is going to be from account. From account is just the name of my, there's no name currently. This is just going to be user. Is it user? I think, yeah, account dot not this now. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like this. From account, we have our shorting address here. This is complaining that it might not exist. Yeah, so we need to pass that to it. So we can shorten the address for when we, I think this is the account info display. Do we have this even working? Do we need that? Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to do this. I don't need to implement all of that because we need to still fix that. So it's still the same as it's just the parent of that one, of the card. Like I said, the card, we have the card, but since we are not implementing the card yet, I'm going to just comment out the card like this. So that will implement eventually. So gas fee we apply. This is just a check to know if the gas fee we apply and stuff. We don't want that since we already automatically work gas sponsorship. So we are removing that check. So we also have this check for, you know what, I'm just going to remove this entire check because we don't need this. So I'm just trying to slim everything up so we can make our first test and first transaction successfully. And once we successfully do that, we can then come back to implementing the right thing. Why are you misbehaving? Okay, so I'm going to remove this. All right, so I can comment all of this out. Okay, so we're good with that. So the send error to, these are the validations we are going to remove. So we don't have that. So we simply implement the validations when we have that to work with, which we are going to implement eventually. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, so we comment that out too. We comment out the validation errors, which we have here. So there are a lot of different validations that we implemented, especially because it is important. You want to validate anything that has to do with sending money or anything that has to do with money, you want to be sure everything is perfect. So the validations were a lot just to be sure that you don't make a mistake, even though we know we are working with testnet alone for that wallet and for so that you can try out things, but you still want to see what can go wrong if you misbehave. So it gives you that sense of awareness, onboarding, and all of those things. It's a very good wallet for that use case. For even for developers as well, because it gives you very good developer experience too. Okay, so while we clean this out, when I clean this out, so the last thing, I think this is the last error now. I'm just going to remove this 100%. Remove this up here, we comment this out, then we remove this. Yes, perfect. Okay, so perfect. All right, so eventually we have all of this removed. We have one single error left, or two, which is the undo send transactions, which we are going to implement. So let's look for undo send transaction here. So this is the send transaction we have before. One of the things we did check here was to check for check for the balance, validate the balance, validate. You see that validation is here. You check, validate the recipient, validate the balance, validate the gas sponsorship, and all of those things before you try sending, in case you still have sponsorship available. So I'm just going to copy that function and we will update it as we proceed. But let's make sure we have that done first of all. Yeah, so we need all of this for now. We implement all of this later on. What we just want to have is one function, a single function that does this, for us, so that we can call to implement this. And what do we need? We need just, so looking at this example, this is how do you send transactions. So it's just to send a single EVM transaction. You can batch transactions also, but let's start with a single one. You can batch transaction, you can send transactions in parallel, no issues as well. What you can do for now, I think a single transaction works for when you work with a mobile wallet. So let's just implement that, except if there's more use cases for it. So basically we have this and we're going to work with it for now. All right, so this is the undo send one that we have here, which means this button clicks undo send. This is the send result. So I'm just going to copy this to show you guys the way it's going to perform when it's sending. How it's supposed to look like. Okay, so I'm going to paste this up here. So we have that coming from here, which is I'm going to quit this if you need lagging. So we have this undo send, which is our button. Of course, we don't need this button, yeah. So our button is still the same as what we have down here, which is this one. So when we press that, we have the undo send transaction. We want to implement that inside of this place. What am I doing here? Okay, so we have the undo call send. So I'm going to go back here and okay, so let's pick the next thing. They have the function itself. What undoes that itself? So we'll go back here, we'll paste this inside the send transaction function. So that means before we can do this, we need two things. Looking at this code, we need the client, and we already know we have a client that we can import from our client.ts. We need the send calls function. Send calls function is a hook that is already provided for us that we can use, right? And that we can just make use of directly without needing to implement ourselves how to send transactions. So looking at that, that means our send call function comes from use send calls from here. So we copy the use like this. That's the use send calls. Use send calls is provided by Alchemy already. We do not need to implement that. It's already available for us. So use send calls from, where is it? Why is it coming from there? It should be coming from here. Oh wow, probably the documentation has changed, and this is super weird. Required SDK version 4.6.2, which is literally the same thing we're using. Now, this is another thing you face every day when you work with libraries. Okay, so we are using 4.82, which I believe is greater than this, so which makes sense. So we are using 4.82. They are requiring 4.62. So yeah, it should literally be available. Why is it available? Okay, so if it doesn't work, we'll find out how to make this work, because send calls should be available, but then it's not. So let's look at the function that is available for us to use. So send calls is not really available. Let's go to the reference like we've been using. So let's see what can we use. Use send user operation. I think we can use this instead, because this doesn't even exist in the React SDK, if I'm not mistaken. So if I go to the hooks, a use send calls, or use send calls exist in the React one, but it doesn't exist in the React Native. That's just terrible. Okay, so understandable. That's why it wasn't working, and we can't use the React version because, of course, we have it, but oh yeah, we don't. So we can't use that. So the way we can send here, it's quite different. And if we can't send directly using this implementation, we can use other implementations. So we can't use React directly here to implement that send. No, we can't. But we can use other implementations directly. So that's like one of the difference between how Alchemy works. Actually, it's one of those crazy things that happen. So yeah, let's go back to see how we can use the send operations. So a hook that returns function for sending user operations. You can also optionally wait for mind and get transaction for this if the signer is not authenticated. Um, okay, so yeah, so we're going to use this. I have something like this implemented already, so I can show you guys here. So if I go here, I think this is big enough. You should be able to see this. In the undo send that I have here, there's a send it function that is the address, the ID of the from account, the address, and the actual amounts, and this if it's use sponsor or not. So, which is what we use to send. That's this one from the wallet from the extension now. So this send it function handles two things. It handles two functions, two other functions. It calls send it with account kit or send it regularly. That's if you're using a wallet, but probably you imported a wallet that does not support account smart account. So we make provision for using both of them. This is something we can also do for our mobile wallet. It should be available and possible with ability to support to show you that okay, this wallet doesn't support gas sponsorship and all of those things. So these are fully implemented features in the extension. So like I said, you can check the extension out if you want. Just search for Wallet Pro on the Chrome store. It's available on the Chrome store and it works well. So just search for it. You will see this logo here. Yeah. So you see the logo. Let me just see. Let me search for it. Let me go to yeah, this is it. So in case you are wondering how you get the extension is richly built and it makes sense for almost everything you want to do. This is it, Wallet Pro. So you can see that you can search for it on extension and then you can just download it. It's literally the same thing. All right, so let's proceed. So we will use this one, which is the send it with account kit. So that means we need to create our user operation. You send it because it's something that you do with all these smart accounts. You don't do that with regular EOAs. You do it with smart accounts, that's SCAs. So you see how that works. So in this case, you can see me having something like send calls, which is similar to the use send call that we have before. So the difference here is that we do not have that with just generic EOA calls or EOA sending transactions, which is just basic. You just get that, you get the EOA and you send it directly. Simple using send transaction. But in this case, working with smart accounts, you can't do that. So we need to use the send calls that is provided for you. So what I can do is literally copy this function if I want to and call that. But we don't have all of those hook implementation and real time. We need to undo those ourselves. So there should be a way to undo it for us. So what we're going to do is just using the send calls. The capabilities here is just basically what we've defined here to know if this is true. That's undo EO delegation to smart contract. So we are checking this. This is something that will be checked for the account we are passing in, right? So we have capabilities here. We are making the calls. The call will look something like this, which you can see is similar to this. You just have this UO here. And then you have the target, data, and the value. Target, data, and value. That's two value and data, which is very similar. So let me look for the UO here. I now have UO somewhere here. UO. So I can show you guys what I mean. Yeah, this is it. Send user operation.
It's 17 hours.
All right, so yeah, so basically this is it. We have this here. So client does send calls. The send calls comes from, like you can see, this is an Alchemy infra. It's coming from Alchemy wallet client, the account kit, the same account kit you are using, but just this is manual, this is low level. So we have more control over what we do with this. So that's basically how it works. So then we have this, so we need to use it someone like this. The target is who I'm sending this transaction to. The data is what I'm sending, because I'm making just normal transactions, not interacting with the contract, there won't be a data. Then the value is the amount I'm sending. Then that's how it's going to work. So we need to use this use send transaction instead. So we initialize our client, which we already have. So we're going to use this instead. So going back to this, I'm going to minimize this to avoid confusion. So we will be using use send calls. So I'm going to be changing this from use send calls to use send operations like this. So it's going to be this function. So use send operation like this gives us more control over things like when it is successful, when it is not successful, all of those things. So so this is it. So I've imported this, right? So you can see we imported that from the React Native. So what we need to do next is we have the client which we've imported also from here. So these are optional parameters that will wait for the transaction to be mined before returning. So that means wait for transaction, we set it to true. So that means we can have the real-time loading effect or loading state that tells you that, okay, transaction is still pending and it's mined, it's completed, it's finalized, all of those states. Then when it is successful, we want to do something with the hash. So that means we can get the hash from here. So what can we do with the hash here? We can pass it to another state. We can console log it. We can create an alert for it and do something like this. Alert dot which alert did I install? Okay, from no, not this alert. Gosh. So we can use that. So what I'll do is I'll import alert from React Native. Alert as alert. So I'll use the React Native alert instead, just to show us what happens when it's successful. So it's going to be alert rn alert dot. So it's going to give me the show. So I'm going to just show that as typical alert from React Native here, something like that. So if I do this, it's going to be alert dot alert. So I'm just going to pass in the message for what it is I want to do. So the alert dot message takes a title, a message, and the buttons. So in this case, it's just going to be transaction successful. So the message is going to be the transaction hash. So it's going to be the hash dot. Let's see if it takes any other thing. So that's it. It's just the hash. Or we can also get the request also instead. The request is supposed to be an object. Not entirely sure, but it should. Yeah, it's an object. So you can see the data from the request. So the call data, the gas limit, this EIP 7702 auth, which you guys saw me passing here when I was showing you the other time, which is the capabilities, which is this, as you can see. So it's basically the same concept in this case, but this is more low level implemented because, of course, it's an extension, a Chrome extension. So you need more control over the library so that you can pass it to the Chrome API, make informed decisions, send it back, send background messages, and all of those things. So that's what is happening. So in this case, what this does is to undo EOA delegation to smart accounts. So that basically means that you can automatically give the delegation for that account. That's probably if it's a EOA account or it was converted to an SCA, that is smart contract account. Then by passing this automatically, you are saying that, okay, Alchemy should be able to use this configuration that you've passed here to automatically delegate it to use EIP 7702. 7702 is an EIP that allows you to use a standard EOA as a smart account. So that's basically what this configuration is doing here. So enough about that. I'm not going to talk much about those ones, but basically this is what we have. So we have the request. The request contains certain things like call data, gas limit, the nonce. So we can actually know the nonce also of the data we just implemented and stuff. We can see the sender, we can see the signature, the max priority gas fee. So we can use this to display the information that we want to show eventually, but that's not what we want to display. Let's just display the hash. We can use that also for other things eventually. So this hash is just what we're going to display for us to see if it works successfully, or if it fails, we can do the same thing. We just display that here. Say transaction failed. So display the error dot, should give us error dot message, error dot calls, error dot name, stuff like that. So passing the error dot message and all of those things. We can also log the message, console dot error. We're going to do send screen. Send screen. So this is going to be send transaction screen actually. So it's going to be error sending transaction So this is going to show us the error dot message or complete error. Okay, let's say error dot. Let me show you the complete errors. In this case, I want to display the complete error in case there's all the errors there. So the ampersand transaction, what actually happens when you do that? So we are going to copy that and change it with this. So it's going to be send user operation is going to come on. Allow me copy this. It's going to be this. So instead of this one we have here, which is still similar to what we are going to change it to, it's going to be this. So in this case, it's going to be the target address. The target address is the address we are sending to, which we have the two address. We already have the two address implemented here. It has the two accounts. So we are sending to that particular account that we are working with. That's that. Then we have the, what's it come about? String undefined. So we have the data. The data is OX because we are not sending any data. So the value we are sending is what? What's the amount? The amount we are sending is the value we are sending. So that should take care of the issue. And because it's type saved, any issue is going to point it out. So string is not assignable to OX string. Yeah, this should be as address type rather. So this should be as address type. Address coming from VM. So yeah, that should fix it. String is now assigned to big int. So we need to convert this to a big int. I'll just convert it to a number. The number here, that's this one. We need to convert it to a big int so it can be used. But currently, this is also, as it is number, not converted to big int. So let's see, big int. Let's wrap that in as a big int. I think we can use that as no, we can do this pass integer, which is going to come from I think is it pass integer or format iter now or pass iter. Pass iter is just going to take in the amount, the iter. Let's import it from VM since we have VM installed. So it's going to take the string and convert it to a big integer, and then yeah, that should work for us. So that's that. We are done with creating what we need for sending the transactions. So if you go back here, we see that that's all we need, and the button is disabled if the user is sending the transaction, which is cool. So let's use that state. So it's disabled if the user is sending user operation, or if you cannot send transactions. Now this is the check that contains multiple checks. So this sending transaction is going to be one of the checks. Remember we said we have multiple validations, about 6 of them, to be sure that you have the amount you are sending, to be sure that you are sending to a valid address, to be sure that you still have the amount if you add gas to it, so your transaction doesn't get sent and waste your gas fees. All of those things are going to be checked, which we are actually checking. So yeah, so let's what next? Sending transaction. So I'm going to change this to sending transaction. So probably prefer using a spinner for this or something, but I don't like using just the text alone. It makes it easy for you to use a spinner, which I'm going to go use. So yeah, I like that sense of perfection. I really don't like things behaving this way. So that's why even the little of things is going to work. So I'm the one making it, using it to make stuff. So I'm going to copy this here and just instead of having just download, I'm going to create something like this. So I'm not going to have this text. I'm just going to use this instead. So it's going to be the send button. Yes, the send button to look something like this arrow. Then when we are, it's going to be something like this. So it's going to be condition. So the condition is sending user operation. Yeah, display this. So if you're not sending user operation, then don't display the display that. If you are sending, the icon should be coming from Lucid React Native, then the loader to same thing. Yeah. Okay, so I think that makes sense. Why is the icon failing? Am I putting it from the wrong place? Oh yeah, putting it from the right place, from the wrong place rather. It should be coming from UI icon. It should be coming from Lucid Native. Okay, so now we have a valid button stuff that works. So send transaction, sending transaction. So that makes sense. So now let's go to our if all is fine. I think. Oh yeah, we don't need this anymore. Which is we waiting for the results to come up. Like we don't need this. This was just to help us get through the status before, but now we don't need the status change. What do we need? Because we already have our the sources and error message handled here. We can also have that triggered here too, but we don't need that. So we're going to remove that totally. So going back to this place now. So I'm going to paste in an address. I'm going to copy an address from here, copy this address, which is account 2 I want to send to. So we're going to have that feature also from there. What happened? Copy the address. Why can't I copy from there? What kind of copy did I implement there? I think it's one of those copy whereby you can't use it outside of. Yeah, that's why. So it's one of those security features. You can't copy stuff and use it elsewhere. So things like copying private keys, that's why we implemented that thing. So it's one of the other security features out there. So we have this 94C thing. So I select the account I want to use. You can see continue with address. Once you click continue with address, it's supposed to take me to test string must be contained inside of this object. Exactly. So now these are issues I didn't check to resolve before moving here. I was supposed to check that. Those were things we did yesterday. So the first thing we notice here is that the account we are sending to, the from account here, is supposed to be the address also. And because we are sending object, so we are sending object and we are trying to use it as not an object. So we are supposed to send the address itself. That's the first thing. So account.address, recipient address dot trim. Recipient address in this case we already know. So should so I'm going to go back and come back here. So I should see this, send to this. So I'm saying the account I want to send to now. So for first thing I need to do is, because we don't have a name, right? Initially we have a name in this case, as you can see, send to test one, because each of our account has a name, but we've not implemented that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the details and change the send from account. I'm going to shorten this. So it's going to send to the shortened address, something like this, send to so and so. That's all. So you can see the buttons that we have here implemented, but not everything is perfect. So we need to first implement our custom numeric keys, because I believe that's where the issue is coming from, first of all. There's a button here that does not have certain things, which we need to fix. The text, I don't think it's here though, but I think it's in the other buttons we have down here. Yeah, which should be here. It should be around that side. That's the keypad button.map, because we are mapping all of these buttons, right? So that should be it. As you can see it here, 1 to all of those things. Well, it doesn't work. It doesn't display the way we want it to display. So we need to change it to follow like this one should even be flexed, right? It's not doing that yet. So we need to be sure. First of all, we need to change the buttons for the toggle input mode. So we need to change this view first and change it to flex row. First things first. Let me change that here, flex row. So we have, yeah, something like that. So we don't need the W full, like I was saying the other time, it's going to cause issues. So we need the flex one. Yeah, so we have that. I'm going to remove that. We don't need that too. So you can see it overflowing. That's because we have a lot of W full, I think, in many places. So we're going to remove that too. So here we also have our view here, which let me do this. Right. So we have flex one, should just cut the entire thing out. So we don't have that. So we have item center for each of the items. So we have this to be gap this, the item for the symbol and the secondary display, which is for this, if I'm not mistaken. Display values the secondary. Do we still use the secondary? No, we don't. Okay, that's fine. So the toggle input mode is where we pass in our amount here, which is all of this here. So this is this. So we have the this one, which is what we have here. So we have the actual tests, first of all, the secondary symbol, Then we have the ETH. The ETH here is what we have, but it's been, that's the, let me confirm this. Yeah, token symbol. Yeah, so a lot of things will still change from here, but then not now. Let's just try finishing this completely. So let's look at this text. Let me remove this orange so we can have a view of what we are working with. Yeah, orange this. Okay, so it looks this way. Okay, so we need to check this. This is left 0, so we need to give this a color to know where the issue comes from. So this is this. So the button for the toggle is extremely moved to the left. This is W full, which is for the primary display. Exactly, that's why. Whew. The way with full misbehaves on mobile can be so crazy. All right, so that's the first thing. I need to can make this with full, but it's not gonna work. We need to flex one to make it work because we okay, so we can't use that, yes, but we can we still need to increase the size one way or the other, even if you can't use that. So we need to find a way to flex the entire thing. So it uses the space. Currently it doesn't use the space. Okay, so let's proceed to this. So we already have this green color. We know where that is. Then we removed this from here. We know we gave it this text gray. So we need to remove this. We need to change this from 5 to, okay, this is the one that is very small. So that is this color here. So it needs to be extremely small. So we need to change it from text gray to text muted foreground. And we need to change it to 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, perfect. So we need to ensure that this view is extremely, no, not this view. Okay, so we have that. So let's so I'm just trying to complete these types first of all. So let's look at the keypad, the buttons themselves. First thing about the button is we have the keypad buttons not aligning with our design. So that's basically because we have this way. So So we want them to, we expect it to wrap. I don't know if flex wrap works here. I'm not sure flex wrap works in mobile. Yeah, it doesn't. So this should not be here. This should be for the individual buttons like this. Yeah, so this is how it should be. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be 3 by 3. There shouldn't be any gap. I think it's because of the gap. So remove the gap, then everything should work as expected. Then this should be, let me give them the colors first, not default, before making the ghost colors. So yeah, like I said, this is not going to work. So we're going to give them very, very detailed height. So I'm going to copy the address again from here. And then paste the address here. Select this, go here. And let's see if the height actually works for this. So I think the height needs to be added to the text. No, the height is 48, so that's why. So we need to make this 60, then 80 in this case. So this height will be varied by that one. So we can have this to allow the thumb move easily on this. So I think this is good enough. 88 should be perfect. So yeah, 88 is perfect. So we're going to leave that. So the font size will increase a bit. It's going to be 4, or make it 5. So the text size will not work for this because we wrap this inside the text. So we need to use it for the class name that we have here. 3XL. 3XL should be perfect. We don't need that for 4. Yeah. So we need to remove this. Put this here. So we have that. Then we can make it a bit bold or semi bold. Yeah, perfect. So 2XL works for all of them. So one thing we can do to now that we have that complete is, and we have it like taking the entire space of what is needed, is the wrap works. We need to use the wrap. Why? Because we need it to wrap to fit into our workflow. So we have the padding for both sides. And we still need to gap it, but the gap will be for the Y, not for the entire thing. So the gap for the Y needs to be respected. So we need to wrap that so that it takes in the space between each of them, right, left and right. So we need to have that. So we can do this and say Y should be 3, let's make it 4 to give it considerable space. But basically, I think this is cool. 2 is fine. Let me change this first to be sure that it works. And we can see that it works fine. We have everything we want it to work exactly the way we have it there. So I'm going to change this back to default, give this 3, just to see how it should look like. Then we go back here, paste this here, select this, go here, then we should have this. All right, so I'm going to change this from default to ghost, and then we should have everything the same way. So yeah, all well and good, everything works. So we don't need to implement a lot of things from there. So we need to make sure that moves down. So that's where our next implementation needs to come from. So the justify here needs to be end. So we justify that to end, but no, it doesn't work that way. So we need to, the height needs to be full. So it needs to be end, but the height can't be full because we have this slit at the top and we can't scroll it because we do not support scrolling. So we can't use the feet also because feet will not work. We can't stretch it because stretch will not work. It's just difficult working with mobile interfaces most times. So flex will have worked if you can flex it, but then flexing it also breaks it, which is also a problem. I don't really understand how we can make it easier this way. But we can always do that too. We can flex this just like we have here. But it's going to like cut that out. Initially, what should have been done is to flex it well because we don't have. So what I mean is we can remove this type, right? Because we don't need it. Right, so we don't need that. So we have this flex perfectly defined here. So if I close this or collapse this, I have just the keypad, just the keypad here, which works. But then what we should have initially should be this one. Automatically, I don't need the height fit anymore since I'm not using that. And then we have the items centered, which we might not need, if I'm not mistaken. That's the problem. So we don't need the justify end for this, but we still need the flex one for this. Or in this case, we need the item center for what is being displayed here for the rows. We need the justify between for the individual items. And we need this as blue, but we need one more thing. We need this to be okay. So we need to implement the text here, right? So this text needs to be relaxed because we don't want it to cramp into. It's already being cramped, and that's not good enough. Do we set height for it? No, we did not. But it feels like we set the height already. Oh yeah, this one. So we need to set the height for this. The padding block, we might need to remove the padding block since you can see. So that entirely. So I'm going to just relax this. So it should have this, and we can also pad it a bit more. We can remove the padding block. It's not really adding anything to it. So yeah, that is basically what we have here. So the buttons for the arrow left right is going to change from secondary. It's going to remain secondary because we want that, but it's going to be the icon mode because we want it to look more as an icon. But we're still going to style it a bit because we don't like the way it looks. So it needs to look a bit more like maybe that is incompatible. Yeah, so we need to make it look like this. Border radius also needs to look like this. So we should make it look somewhat similar to what we have there. But this is not okay. We want the height to be 48 as well. Yeah, so this looks more like this, and it looks actually that way. So we have the color, the class name as text limited foreground. So you should maintain the color, but using the SVG here doesn't really work. It just keeps changing the color for what we don't need it to. All right, so we have almost everything implemented the way we want it, the way we expect it to work. We have the text implemented the way we expect. We have almost everything. So this one should be tight. No, not this. This should be relaxed. This should be tight. The reason is because we want it to maintain the space it has without overflowing whatever it is. So that's what we have. So this is this. So if I click on this, you can see it changes still. Everything works fine. So to show you, to make that visible, if I click on this, you can see the value changes, right? So we need to also change the value for this to be for that one. So it should be as you can see, that works too perfectly well. So the reading should be relaxed for this and relaxed for this. So it should be able to do that. So we can also add spacing like paddings and other things, but for now that works perfectly well, just so that it can look like what we have here. But still the space between this and this is still small. And another thing, the text is still small also. The text here should be like 8 because it should be bigger than what we have there currently, just like we have in our extension that we're trying to replicate, right? So the font size here is dynamic. I remember now that the font size is actually dynamic. It's dynamic so that it accommodates multiple text. So it can shrink, it can increase. I usually forgot we implemented that. So it's actually dynamic. So the font size is based on the calculation of what we have here. Yeah, so yeah, that works. So I need to change this symbol. The symbol needs to also be dynamic with it. So it doesn't just increase itself beyond what we need. So I'm going to leave it that way. Yeah, so I remember this is dynamic now. So we need to add some spacing between the text being displayed down here right? And the buttons that we have here, which is the ETH and all of those ones. So we need to change that. So we have all right, so I'm going to pad this a bit. So py is going to be 2. No. Okay. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. Okay, so it's a bit better now. There's enough space between. So if I click and click and click, it shouldn't choke that particular one. Another thing is this one here. It moves when we click, which is the not the primary symbol now. This one, not this one itself. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't have that shrinking issue anymore. Okay, we need to find a way to wrap that, because of course the stuff is changing, but we still need to set height for it. I think we need to set his height to be 16. That way it retains the same height. Let's call it 20. So we can be sure that it doesn't. And we need to make it. Okay, so moving it now shouldn't have that feel, but it still does. The line height still makes it look awful. So we're going to call it leading. Leading is not going to be 20, it's going to be 5. Yeah, that's terrible. All right, so 20. Okay, 20 pixels will not work. We are using mobile. All right, so let's see. It's not going to work. 20 pixels will not work. 5 is 20 pixels. We are using 80. Yeah, so it's supposed to be 80. And 80 here is we don't have 80 at all. We need to implement it as it should be tough. Okay, you know what? We are going to do that here and say line height equal to 80. So yeah. So that way it retains that it doesn't break as it moves up and down, right? It stays in the middle of everything. So that solves it. No matter the height difference, it will still retain what it should have. So that's exactly what we want. So the padding block is 0.5. I don't want that to be there. It feels weak. So we have this already, right? So it works, that data movement works and everything we have. We can also still increase the font size, right? Even though it's dynamically calculated, because currently the input value we have is, if you look at our details, the input value we have is the amount. So based on the amount you pass into it, we are multiplying that by a certain number, which in this case is 5. So just for the dynamic calculation, though, like we are implementing the dynamic calculations here. We are implementing the dynamic calculation by taking the length of the number, multiplying it by 2. If I multiply by 3, you see the font should be increased significantly well, right? But in this case, we take the size to be 12 by default, and then it reduces and increases. So that's what we have. But Like I said, you can always increase it to a bigger value or a smaller one. So currently we have this. We can make this, if you make this 4, it don't really affect it also, you can see. So it doesn't really change what we have there. Okay. So we have our font size to be font size, which is max of this length times that value. All right, so we have a very good view now, so we can remove all of these colors. That was helping us to check what has been going on. So I'm going to remove all of them. So far so good. We have something that looks like this. It's not perfect, yeah, but it looks like it. So we need to, the way the it is being displayed is a bit too much. I need to make this 2. Yeah, to make it smaller. So that was perfectly well. We need this one to be 24. We need to be 24. So that means this one is going to be 4 times 24 should be 96, right? 96. So we have that. So that makes sense. All right, everything is still aligns perfectly well. We have this, we have this. So for that, we can then toggle the gap in between to be 4. So the gap between the text and no, that's not there. It shouldn't be there. So the gap between here should be 4. Yeah, so it moves down a bit more. You can have more gap between that value and this value. So that's what works. We can also make it 6. Works really well. So yeah, we have more spacing. So like I said, we want to have more space, right? Don't forget that we still need to implement this at the top here and show other alerts. So I think this should be enough. So we still need that to work, but we need to find a way to move this down here. We want it to be down, 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 actually. So we want it to be items end. So no, not here, not here. We want it to be justify end, actually. So it can work, but then the height doesn't, it takes too much space. We don't want that to happen. This is going to cramp it, so we don't want that also. All right, so for now, this works, right? We can always add those things eventually. So let's test our implementation to see if it works. Let's go back and check the send, the way the send works. We added button to green so that if it works successfully, we have this. Then our texts, we have our text here, which okay, so our variant is going to be that. All right, so we increase the text size to be text XL or 2XL in this case. So LG is fine, then leading tight should be fine. All right, so we have this. So, but it's still not, it's still giving us that cramp. It's not full yet. So we can set that to full. But if you look at the tooltip, does it work? We don't have the tooltip. Currently, it's sending this transaction. As you can see, it says invalid parameters were provided to the RPC. Check that you have provided the correct parameters. This. Missing required parameters to path. So let's check our error message. That was why we added it. It says, error sending this, invalid parameters were provided to your RPC method. Double check you have provided the correct parameters. Invalid parameters were provided. So it simply means we don't have the right data. So if you look at what we passed, it's calling the wallet prepare calls. We can also implement this ourselves by using the wallet API. There's a wallet prepare call. Let me show you guys what I mean. So there's a wallet API here you can use if you want to implement that from the back end or not using the SDK, which also works. That was what I used for the previous one, like I explained. So the wallet API, where is it? Where is it? Yeah, this is the wallet API. So no, not that. Okay, yeah. So this is wallet API endpoint. You can see it's using prepare calls, which is what is being used here. Prepare calls, then passing the parameters. The data is 0. The chain ID is correct because we are sending from a particular chain. We indicated the chain to be base, I guess. I'm not sure entirely. Then we have the account we are sending from and the account we are sending to. Right? We are sending from an account. We are sending from 0x159 to this to a different account. So the 2 accounts is there also. So we see missing required properties 2. So it's missing the 2 actually. So how do we fix that? We already know that the 2 is taking the amount, so that means the amount is empty, because obviously the amount is actually empty from what we have here. So you can see the target. Oh, something is missing here, truly. Something is missing from send operations. So the target address is the 2 accounts. The 2 accounts is where we are sending to. So did we select our 2 accounts? Yes, we did. We are sending to OX411B186, which is wrong because that's not the account we are sending to. If you check what we are working with here, so that means something is wrong. Looking at the address, we are sending to 09X4. Why are we having 2 as that there? So that means the problem is coming from the send here. So we need to check what we are sending to. So the from account here is the from account is, we find, if your address equals to this, filter out the one that is not our own to the 2 account, or we send it to the recipient. The recipient address is set when you for the input field. So that's basically what is here. So we are supposed to be sending to the recipient address, which is where we have what we have here, which is this dot trim when you continue with address or to account. Which one are we using from here? Are we using this or this? So undo continue with address is what we are using. Okay, yeah. So we are working with this. So if you look at this now, what are we displaying in details? When we click continue with address, why is it showing OX4? So it should be showing the other address. So that means it is wrong. So let's see, sending to from instead of 2 accounts, we use the from account. So we are going to use this. So that should change to the account we are sending to, but we see that it doesn't get there. So that's why it was failing. So even though we have this inside of this place like this, and we continue to this page, it doesn't get to this page. So that means we need to find out why. And the way we are working with this is using the local search parameter. So that means we are not implementing this properly. We need to find how to send that. We need to be able to send that across different places. So we need to go back here currently and implement this. So we see how to send. What I was doing here is just using the normal router send, but using Expo router's way of passing queries from one address to another one. So I think something is missing here. It should be recipient address. It was not properly written, I guess. So it doesn't get passed to that side. So we need to fetch. So it's wrong because we are using 2 accounts, but we are passing in recipient address here. So we need to call it 2 accounts actually. So if you use 2 accounts here, then it should be fine. As you can see, OX941C. So what the problem was just the key we were using. So we're using the wrong key to fetch. And if there's no key to use, then it's going to fail. So if we try this again now, it's supposed to work because now we have our 2, different from the error it was complaining of. Remember, our 2 is the target we are sending to. So now we have our 2 address. We have the address we are sending to. We have our max balance. We have everything implemented properly. So how do we complete this? So now let's try this. We know we have, how much do we have here? This is supposed to be showing me, if I choose the max, you can see it's supposed to be showing me this. Of course, this is wrong. This is not what it should be displayed. The max balance should not be that. So I need to first fix that. We need to fix that first of all. So let's go to the custom numeric keyboard that we implemented. The numeric keyboard is taking in the balance as a string. So probably we need to format that as what? Do we have format here as the value? Okay, we already have that format here as the value. We need to format. Let me go to the balance. What do we have as balance? Okay, let me just do this. Format, is it format or pass ether now? So we are passing the ether here. So if you do this, we should have, instead of having this to string, it's going to be pass the ether like this, and that should work fine for our use case. So if I do this way, it's not assignable to string. Yeah. So max value still takes in a big int. It's not, and this one we convert it to a string. Okay, yeah, this is going to convert it to a big integer. And then if you check it again, we can see that the value that we have here should be, is it pass ether or format ether now? Should be format ether. My balance dot to string. Okay, so let's say format ether. We need to import format ether from VM, just like we import pass ether from VM. This will take in, format ether should take in the big integer itself. So this is a big int, right? But it can be undefined, so we don't want it to be undefined. So we'll pass it like this, and then the value here should automatically change. It should. The max value should change. Just the same way we have 0.002 here. How do we do that? We added the from the send. We add the from, and the from here is what is just just a minute. Yeah, the account balance. The account balance here is using the format ether. Yeah, that's correct. So that's basically what we are using, and we are using the same thing as balance here. So that's perfect, the value. So why is it not working as expected? Because it should be giving us the same thing. Now you can see, so this is fine. So one more thing we need to change is the max balance here. We need this is like today that's on that the format decimal place thing in number. Format theta is going to return a string, so we need to also convert it back to a number again. So we format ether here, and we do this this way. We need to be sure that it exists, so we pass this, and then we convert it to its 6 decimal place. So these are utility functions I just created to make it significantly easy to work with. So it's not something too crazy like that. So yeah, that is that. Then for the USD value also, we can do the same thing. We can convert it to so number of decimal places like we have here. So I can just do this also for the USD value to decimal place, something like this, to decimal place, and say maybe 5 decimal places or 4 decimal places. So that will automatically convert it to 4 decimal places. So if I convert it to 5 decimal places, you see the change. You can see it changing 6 decimal places. I like working with 6 decimal places because you cannot be too accurate or wrong. And you can see that even if it doesn't get to 6 decimal places, it will truncate it. Like you can see here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, even though I specify 6 decimal places. So the utility function is here. These are functions I use for most of my work, so that you don't need to reinvent the same thing. They are just functions you can copy and paste to different places. So now we have this, right? Let's test if this works perfectly well. So one last thing, I can see this has disappeared. So if I click on max will generate, max will add all the max value I have here. For me, by default, it will add it to the value I have there. So the secondary sim display value, was it changed? Convert to this. I think it was changed because it's truncating it to 60, 1 decimal place, which is wrong. Okay, we'll come back to that. Let's resolve the arrow issue first. So for the max, if you use the arrow here, it's going to give you this small arrow. We want it to be big. We don't want to use the small fonts that we had. And the fonts we used for the buttons were very, very significantly large fonts. We used 2XL for it. So 2XL is more like if I'm not mistaken, 36%, 36 pixels, 32, 24 pixels. Yeah. So you can use 24 here, significantly more. Or you can make strategies also. You can probably change the color, but the color is not being affected this time around. So So finally, the color. All right. So let's just assume that is what we use. There's a way to change that. This is not the color we should be using. If you use the class name, though, it doesn't take that also. It doesn't work. It doesn't still respect it. So what we need to use is the color. We need to use the color property, and that works. That respects it perfectly well. So this is what we use. So now let's test this. So far, so good. We have everything we want to work with. We know we are sending to this address. So that's perfectly valid. So we can change it to specify the dollar value, which is 0.6. We have $0.6. Let's send 0.2 or 0.1. Let's send 0.2 because that's what we are sending. So we are just picking like about 30% of what we have, right? So the calculation will be done. We can send. So let's try sending this and see what happens. Of course, there should be like a, do you really want to send this and other things there. So let's see what's the problem. It's saying sending from 0x1592, which is wrong. That's not the address we are sending from. So this is a different error. It said missing or invalid stuff, parameters missing, execution reverted. So that means we were able to send successfully, but something went wrong. Again, it was reverted. So let's look at the way this was done. It's a request body, wallet prepare calls, max calls. This to this, OX value is, this is the value we are sending, right? We know we have the value now. Then the chain ID, we have this from this. So these are light client accounts. Remember, we have our light client account and the actual address account. So we have the two address now, which makes sense. We have our chain ID, which is correct. We have our data, which is 0x. So why did it fail? Reverted, why? Central, say console.error, missing or invalid parameters. What's the missing value? I've provided the real value, so what's this? So let's just double check again, right? But now we can see that we are already hitting the right thing. We can see the calls have been made. We are actually using the API calls behind the scenes. But something is missing. So the missing value, what we are sending, the value we are passing. Maybe we are not passing the value well. So that might show that the from address is what we want it to be. We are sure the two address is valid because we are using this send user operation function, which takes in these three things. I think it takes one more value from the last time I tried. I'm not entirely sure. And this doesn't give me the actual thing to see. So let's see. Let's check it out. So this is taking me to the mutation function. Is this. So user send operations taking client is going to take the account from the client, which is user operation is going to take this. Okay, let's check the balance, right? Pass ether is it's going to take the amount, pass the amount, and note why we are doing this. Let's console.log the amounts we are passing into it. Let's say send transaction screen and amount sent. So this becomes pass ether amount. So let me change this. All right, so we are still sending 0.2. We have 0.2 USD, yes, and that's what we are still sending. Let me differentiate this just the way we have this differentiated. You have the dollar symbol before. Just to be clear, what is happening? Where is the dollar symbol? Where are you? Here. Okay. All right, so that's that. We have the dollar symbol specified. We have it in 6 decimal places, so we know we have that. So this should this should send the value. So clicking this now again, it still fails. So now we really need to figure out why it's failing. We have everything set up. Do we have all the properties set up. Like we are trying to sponsor gas for the user. Currently, I'm not even implementing gas sponsorship yet. It's something I'm supposed to add, but not doing that because I have enough to cover for gas. So what I can do is instead of doing this, I'll send 01 just to be sure. Right. So we are sure we are not going over any of those things. Still the same thing. Value is 0x1, so it's converting it to x. The chain ID is this, which is valid. Wait. Which chain am I sending to? Why is it 0x1? That is wrong. That is very wrong. Oh, it's correct. It's correct. The chain ID is 0xAA. Oh, finally, different argument. So he said missing or invalid parameters. Correct this. Type is user version 070. Yes. Call data is this. Call gas limit is this. Factory contract is this. Factory data is this. Max data verification gas limit is this. Chain ID is correct. Fee payment sponsored is false, so we can sponsor it, but we are not currently sponsoring it. Pre-check field sender balance and deposit together is this, must be at least this. Okay, so this is why it's failing. You don't have enough to cover for the fee, so that's why it's failing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send more for it and then send it. So now we have a different error that makes sense. Let me show you guys what the error is from here. So it says missing an invalid parameter. That is just wrong. That's a very wrong error. So it's giving us all of this send prepared call. So that means it's working. It has gone from wallet prepared calls to sending the prepared call. So that means the prepared call now makes sense. So the call gas limit is this, the factory address, all of those details are now there. But the error is this: the sender balance and deposit together is this, must be at least this. So you can see that to pay for this operation. Why? Because I'm not sponsoring the operation. You can see the sponsorship aspect here. Where is it? Sponsored is false. You can see fee payment sponsored is false. So if it's sponsored, it will be true. So now that we know that it's working, now let's try the sponsorship aspect. How do we sponsor transaction? I'm going to collapse this. Let's go to. Do we have anything here to sponsor? No, we don't need a different hook, right? We just need to literally use the sponsorship operation directly. We don't need a different hook to do that. We need to configure it from the client though when we are sponsoring users gas. Okay, so go to that sponsor. Okay, for sponsorship. Yeah, this is it. So everything, you can see how we are working with this documentation, right? I've not even used AI as I thought I was going to use for this. I've just been writing everything literally myself. Yeah, so to configure this to pay for gas, what we need to do is go to the configuration we had and add our policy ID. But the crazy thing is that we've not added policy ID. Policy ID is what you set when you go to your dashboard that allows you to be able to do all of those things. Let me go to the dashboard to see. So if I go to my dashboard now, you should see the policy ID there. Now, the policy ID is where you go to. These are what we use for fetching the history. We will implement that. Like I said, that is extremely easy to do. It's not complex to do. But let's send the transaction first, then we implement the transaction API, the transfer API to fetch the history and display it. So going to gas policies. Now, this is the gas policy. We're supposed to have a policy set up for this particular API key that I'm using, right? But I don't have, okay, I have it set up. Are you sure this is the one I'm supposed to use? Okay, so I have it set up for all of this address. So that means I can use it, but we don't have it added to our project yet, which is the problem. So I need to copy, okay, I'm not going to display this. I need to copy the policy ID and paste it here. But now we don't have that set up. And if I add it to it, I need to build for that to work. Okay, so I'm not going to do that yet. But before we come to the next, we have that set up and then we'll try it. So I'm going to send actual amount to this. That's for Sepolia, right? I have enough Sepolia to send, so I should be able to do that. Let's see which of my accounts have actual Sepolia to send. I don't think I have enough Sepolia here. Let me see my account. One has. Let me refresh. The wallet is locked. Okay, so I have my account one as 0.0005 5. That's small. I used to have a lot. What happened to it? Oh, I think it was when I played the last one. Okay, you know what? I'm going to send from another place. I have, I have Sepolia, so I'm just going to send it from there. So I'm going to go to MetaMask. Wow, nice. Okay, yeah, get out. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to my account 2. I'm going to switch to, oh, not now. I'm going to switch to MetaMask and their interface. Jeez, I can't deal with this anymore. So I'm going to copy this address. You start looking for things everywhere. I'm going to switch to, okay, yeah, this way you switch. That's how complicated it is to even know what you are doing these days. It's just so difficult to use. I don't enjoy using the interface though. I'm going to, what am I looking for? Sepolia. Sepolia not supposed to be in custom. I don't understand this anymore. Where's Sepolia here? Oh, this is it. Wow. That took a while. So I have this doesn't show for some reason MetaMask doesn't show my balance. I'm on Sepolia, right? I have tokens, I'm sure I do, but it doesn't show it. It literally doesn't show. So until I go to the same page, that's the only time it shows me. So I'm going to send jeez Sepolia again. So you can see I have 0.2 Sepolia ETH, but it doesn't show me until I do that. So I'm going to go back. I can't copy my address. We don't have the copy functionality yet. I'm supposed to implement that as soon as possible. Okay, but I'll just do this. I'll copy this. I don't have this set up yet, so it's not going to work. I have to display the address manually. This is it's not cool. While I'm doing this, I'll just tell this AI to fix this aspect. But fixing this might just mess up my code. Let me just do it. You can revert it if it doesn't work for. All right, so I'm going to paste this here. I'm shortening the address, so I need to console log the address. Let me just console log it anyway. So I'm console logging the from account, right? So if I go to the console.log, I should see the from account. Show me something. Okay, go to the same page. Go to copy this again. Okay, so this is the address. So I'm copying the address now. I'm going to MetaMask again. I'm going to paste the address. I'm going to send. So paste the address here, and yeah, I have 0.2, so I'm going to put 0.04. I'm not sending the entire thing, so I'm just going to do 0.01. In fact, that should be enough to cover for gas fees. So it's not always easy getting faucets these days. That's why gas sponsorship is like so cool with Alchemy. So we're going to implement this feature where you see sent pending, and then it's going to change from pending to the next phase, probably completed or confirmed, yeah, like this. So we're going to implement that. You can see it's automatic, right? It automatically just gets it without me refreshing the page. Now we have $33 worth of Sepolia ETH, and then we can just use it. You see how cool that was? So that's what we're trying to implement. So I'm going to go back to my test account because, okay, no worries. Let me send it to this one. So this also can benefit from it. Hopefully this doesn't spoil any of my code. Okay, clipboard.this. Yeah, it's doing what I wanted. Okay, that's cool. So let's see if it's done. So the reason for this is so that it can just I can click copy and now it works. I don't need to console log in it anytime I need it. So I'm going to remove this console log from here. All right, so I think it's done. The problematic code. Just to be sure that it's not misbehaving or doing something that will break the code. Okay, it didn't. It didn't. So replaced everything fine. So let me check it again. Copy to clipboard works fine. So we change it to view, touch opacity. Is using the copy to clipboard component, which is it installed it and now it's using it. Oh, that makes sense. Cool. All right, so that should work fine. So now we should be able to use I'll just tell you to show me an example. Show me examples, different examples of how to use this newly refactored component. So once this is done, then we're good. So while we are waiting for that one, let's try this transaction again. So I'm going to go back, right? We still have our address here. We still have our address here, which is 72242 stuff, like that. So I'm going to continue with the address. We see it's valid. So I'm going to send it's sending it. I don't want to be dealing with it. I'll just send after $3 worth. So I'll send just $2 worth to this address. Now this address 7244 is my address from here, 7244843B. As you can see it on the home page, right? So if I click on send transaction now, okay. So if I click on send transaction here, still failed. Why? Why do you fail? Reverted for what reason? Give me a reason. Don't just tell me reverted. You have provided the correct. Check you have provided the correct parameters. It says reverted. Prepare calls. Params is this. To is this. From is this. Chain ID is this. Value is this. It's not giving me the kind of errors it gave before. Now this is different, way different from what I had before. Okay. Okay. So now this is not an issue coming from us. It's probably coming from them or something else that we are not adding to it. It has to do with something we are not adding. I can't figure out what it is yet. And I hope this hasn't touched anything from our code. That's one thing I need to be sure of. I mean, the update that was done by the AI didn't touch anything. Everything seems to be fine because there's no bug. There's no red anywhere. Aside from what I changed. So if there's no issue, then why do you feel? Why do you feel? This is 3. So 3 is being passed to it. Let's see if we are logging the value. Like we said, the amount sent is 3D, so it's correct. So we're sending the actual amount. So if I send this, the max balance is this. I have this here. Let me copy from here again. So I'm very sure that Sepia has gas sponsorship enabled. I'm extremely sure it does because that was what we used here the last time and we saw that it worked. So, and if we have successfully sent here too, we'll have seen it because this one too is also reactive. You can see the reactivity working just the moment you send something the other time. So if I click on send again, yeah, the address I want to send to is this, which is correct. Continue with address, send $3 worth, which is 0.001. Send this transaction. So we still get the failed revert error, which is beginning to be annoying right now. This is fine. Like we constructed everything well, we've sent everything properly. Why do you fail? Yes, Apolia is enabled. The last request was 1 minute ago, so that means it's valid, literally very valid. And yeah, that's valid. Shouldn't be showing my my dashboard like this. Then I'm probably going to discard it once I'm done with this. I use another one for our use case. There's something I'm missing here. Probably if you guys see something I'm missing, just drop it on the chat so I can know that yeah, we are all following. But to me, everything seems fine. It's just one of those issues that you don't see until you need to see it, or you don't see until you see them and they're like, oh wow, this was here. Oh, how did I miss this? Yeah, it's those kind of issues. But I needed to send one so we can implement the history, then come back to add the UI changes. Then tomorrow we can wrap up and then we are done with the wallet, which is what I'm trying to finish today. The history and then the send transaction, which is basically mostly what you would do on any wallet. But for some reason, it's just being annoying right now. Let me check this. If there was anything we added that was not the value X by converting it to big int and then to X string, the RPC requires X. Yeah, so that should handle that for me. Right. Am I sure it's going to handle that for me? That's the thing. You know what? Let's do this. I'm not sure if it's going to handle this for me. I know I had that issue too when we were working then. So this is what I'm going to do, just to be sure, right? I'm going to add this. So I'll confirm whatever it is that is here with whatever it is that is being displayed, which is the pass ether amount that I have here. You can see we have literally the same thing. So this was the one that is for the wallet extension that worked. So it should work as well, right? It should. So if that is the case, we have this value is here, right? So I'm sending from Sepolia to Sepolia. So let's see. I'm going to clear this and check. Send another transaction, which is 29A. So let's see if it's the same thing. Oh yeah, so it's the same thing. 29A2241 this. So that means it's converting it well. So why is it failing then? Still in prepared calls. It should be send prepared calls by now. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do something. Parameters, mutate function. You know what? Let's check what is being written. Let's look at the data type. What does use send operation expect? And what do we pass to it? And does it work? So it's expecting the T point entry version. It's expecting the params to be a combination of these two, a hook that returns function for doing this, using wait for transaction, which is literally this. The target is this. The data is this. The value is big int. So the type parameter, the parameter is use send operation args, which is what we need to check just to be sure we're passing the right thing. So it takes in client, as you can see here, it takes in client, which is yes, wait for transaction, yes, then the on success or on error messages. Yes, no, not this one, not this one. What of the results? The result is what I'm looking for now, not the parameters. The results, it returns send user operation, yes. So return send user operation, which is the same thing we are using here. And send user operation takes in is a mutate function that takes in send user operation with EUA, which takes in the hash. No, not this, definitely not this. Supposed to take in the UO, which is user operation. UO simply means user operation actually. It's just for the smart accounts thing. It's a standard that's being used. Can't see what I'm looking for here. This is not what it should give me. It should give me something else. Entry point version, I can't check it out. Extent supported account. Still can't check that too. I need to be sure why this is failing actually. That's what I'm trying to be sure of. I feel like it's expecting something more that we don't have. And looking at this one is constructed myself. We started with send calls, then we moved it to prepared calls, took this first instance of it, which is literally the same thing. But we also can modify with the policy ID from here. So if you want to understand what that is, it's from here. Single transactions, something like this. As you can see, we pass in the calls, but we can also pass in other things, especially for sponsor gas. No, not that. Okay. I'm making a mistake here. So the mistake I'm making is I'm sending the amount here. Remember, we are using a smart account here. You can see the address it is sending from. The address it's sending from is literally okay. So this is my fault. The account we are sending from is the smart client account, which is 0x15. This is what I should be sending the transaction to. So that is where the issue is. So that means I need to fund that actual address. I sent something to it the other time, but it doesn't have enough. Just a few. Okay, so I need to send something to that too. Send it on Sequoia. Come on, why are you complaining? Send. This is why I don't like using this wallet. It's so unusable. No tokens matching your filter. Are you saying I can't send to it or what? Oh, okay. Wow. Even though this is one of the reasons why I do complain about MetaMask. So it's so difficult to use, like so difficult to use. I don't enjoy using it at all. Even with the fact that I understand how one wallet works and everything, I still find it difficult to navigate the entire interface. User experience is terrible. So I have 0.01. That was one of the reasons I built my own. It's easy to send. All you need to do is just come here, click this, click this, click this. It's so easy. The difference is just night and day. Imagine if a beginner is trying to navigate this. Yeah. It's annoying to click this. So undescriptive. 0.01. So I use this as my backup actually. I use this as my backup My backup, I don't have much transactions, but backup faucet. So that's what I do with it. So 0.01, I think should be, that was the exact one I sent here, right? I have zero point 0.1. So if I send 0.01, which is what I sent here, that should be fine too. So I'll send 0.01 to that account. So we can use it for paying gas while we've not set up a gas sponsorship. So one last thing, let me show you guys how to set up this sponsorship. So that can work. So we can do it in two ways. We can set up the sponsorship by adding it to capabilities directly, as you can see here, right? Which is what we can actually change to. But I don't know if that is going to work with our hook because the hook doesn't take in the calls. So we can implement something like capabilities, like you guys saw from the other part. We can implement capabilities, paymaster service. Let me show you what I mean here. So if I implement capabilities of paymaster service and add this, it should work fine. So let's try this. Let's try this first. So I've sent the transaction. I shouldn't have sent it just to try it out, but let's see if it works. So if it works and we should see the difference as transaction policy true or something like that. The sponsorship rather as true. So before this, I'm going to add capabilities to this, and I'm going to change the way it displays. So two things I'm going to add as capabilities is going to be the policy, like you see here, paymaster service is going to be this. So I'm going to add the paymaster service. I'm going to just display the paymaster service as a string direct. I'm going to add it here. Yeah, now I'm going to. What's the error? Are you complaining? Do not exist in type. So that's the thing. It doesn't exist in the type. That means I can add it here and send directly. So this is what I was trying to be sure if it was going to or not. So clearly doesn't take that, so we can add that. So let's just proceed with our impression. What I'm going to do is to add it to the client. The client is which we are using here is supposed to take in a paymaster, that's a policy ID. So if I pass in the policy ID like this, I can pass in the paymaster ID, and that should be just be it. So it will know that it's expecting to use the gas just like this. So I just pass in the policy ID from the dashboard, like what I had the other time. Sorry, this right. Alchemy doesn't have dark mode. Sorry about that. So we have gas policy. Yeah, just a lot of things that happen to all of this big company. They don't do things normal. They just make it look like why should you be in that situation? Right. So I'm just going to copy the policy ID, copy that, paste that back here, and use it here automatically. So I'm just going to paste that and use it directly for now. So I'm not going to change anything here. Still the same thing. So we're going to go back and try the transaction and see what we have. Does it work? Does it not work? Is there anything missing? So let's try that now. So I'm going to try it again. Send three to that transaction. So let's observe what we have from the terminal. So it's still complaining here. It says error send the transaction. Okay, you know what? I'm going to just take it back and come back. Probably needs to refresh something. Yeah, so I'm going to go back, allow it to refresh so that it can get the new state of whatever it is in it. Changes to use the dollar equivalent and send the transaction. Oh my god. What am I doing wrong with this? I've sent actual tokens to this. So it has tokens now. You should be able to pay for its transaction. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go back. I'm going to literally just go back from here, refresh this. Yeah, so I have 0.01 now. Let's try sending to this address. Oh no, what did I do? No. But it was we got to send prepared calls the other time. So what is causing all of this? Sending to this, sending the data, sending the value, sending the chain ID to that, sending the from, sending the to. So what is the problem? All right, so this is just weird now. Is there a problem with the transaction or what? Base doesn't. I don't have anything of base on this account, so. Come on, don't be the delay today. Just let me finish this. You shouldn't be the one delaying me. After preparing everything to work, you should literally just work. So if it fails to work now, I'm just going to go to implementing some other features, especially the transaction history. Not if you know whether it's going to work eventually. Probably because we get too many calls. I don't know. But that shouldn't be a problem. Right? Maybe it's rate limiting some things. I really don't think that's it. I know it's something else. Yeah, still something else. Missing invalid parameters. There's no missing or invalid parameters. We check we have provided the core parameters. Whether prepare takes in params calls to this and this, which I have done. Literally done that. Send user operation as sync. Send user operation result. What's the difference? No, let me make that available soon. Well, I know there's nothing different from what I've done so far, but I can't seem to place what is happening right now. Everything seems fine. There's literally no error here, nothing wrong, but I'm going to stop the server. I'm going to, before I start the server again, I want to use the component we created the other time with this. So if I click on this, it should show me something that's been done without interrupting the screen. So that's what I expect though. That's what I expect to see. So let's try that. I'm going to go to the home page. You are too big. Yes, just stay like this. So I'll go to the home page here where we have the account and that's displayed. I'll go to the address one, account one, here, which is what we have here. So when I click on this, I wanted to implement the copy to something. Where's it again? Copy to clipboard. Yes. So let's see how to use it. It says I just import the text, use it like this, or use it with custom sources, or use it with custom feedback. Yeah. So that's basically the way it was before. Before when I implemented it, I'm there now to revert it. So we took does it take work too? Okay, that's cool. So it implemented the entire thing. So let me just do that. So I know we can't use the toast button because that doesn't work. We can't implement toast yet. So big problem. for now, but not really that big of a problem. So we have that. So we have this, and we have the send. Okay, you know what? Let me just restart the server just to be sure. Expo start. Okay, so let's reopen the project. So reopening the project. Oh, the first one crashed. So reload the app, reopen it. Okay. Okay, so we're good to go. Now, this is one of the reasons why we need a theme. You see that it was dark mode before. Now that we refreshed, it just went back to the light mode. That means you like discarded the cache and everything. So that's why we need to use a store. You still implement that. It's something I can do, but I just want to show you guys how to do it. In fact, I won't be the one to do it eventually to be AI. So because it's repetitive to implement that, and I don't want to implement that repetitive stuff. So I'm just going to copy the address here again, send it here, and check. Select the account I want to send from. Select this, change this back to $3 to send. Of same error. Oh no. Why is this coming here? So I really don't understand why this is happening, but I'm very much telling you now this is just a excuse me. So this is just a simple error that can be resolved. I believe it's not from here. And it's most likely from the it won't have given us the prepare send calls if it was from our API. So it can't be the API key. I'm extremely sure it's not the API key. And it can't be from the client because the client has everything properly implemented, which is the smart account client, even with the policy ID. You know what? I'm going to remove the policy ID. Invalid calls can only be called inside of the body. Can that be the issue? Okay, let me remove this extremely bright stuff out of here. Okay, maybe I do this, right? Just to be safe. I don't think that's a problem, but then just want to be sure it works. I'm going to move this away from here. Bring the state back from the way I had it before. This still fails. So I'm going to remove this. I will use the imported client. I'm going to go back to main, copy the way we have the client here, and use exactly the same thing. So I'll go back to the details. Remove the imported clients since you don't have it. It's actually a hook. I know that's the wrong way to do it. We should actually have it inside the hook, not just as an import directly. So that should work. So if I refresh this and I use just $3 worth of what we have, yeah, so that was not the problem. That was not it. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, keep having these errors, we keep having these issues. All well and good, no problem. But while we are still trying to resolve this, I'm not wasting time on this. Like I said, all of this looks fine to me. I don't really think there's anything to do with me here. But just to be safe, this was the last issue I had with this. I'm going to change this to this and see if this is the problem, because we had that issue too when I was working with the extension, the wallet extension. Then it refused to send at one point until I did this, and then it just sent. It's complaining already. It says string is not assignable to big integer, yes, which means the value is expecting a big integer. But I'm just going to discard and ignore it for now. So I have extremely good amounts for what I need. So I'm just going to leave it back like this. I'm going to go to index and do something. I want to change something here because it's still the same thing. I'm going to use account from clients dot accounts here, because to give me the same thing, right? So if I do this, it's going to change that, and you will see this is going to change, and the balance is here. So definitely have enough balance to perform that transaction. I have 0.016788. That should be enough, except if Sepolia is dangerously high now, which is possible. It's a possibility. That has happened before. I've seen crazy amounts on Sepolia before. So I won't rule out the fact that it still has to do with gas fees. I won't rule that fact out. Um, all right, let's try this, because the account I'm trying to send to is an EIP is 7702 based address. That's the one I'm trying to send to from my wallet extension here. It's an EIP 7702. Yeah, there's a lot of different transactions and accounts these days, so you can get messy if you don't understand how they work. But it's actually an EIP 7702 type. Account params. Let's see. Let me try this. It's supposed to show me two different types. I think the default and 7702. Hopefully this doesn't break. Yeah, it does. Maximum depth. When you call set state inside this, undo ETH value change. This should have nothing to do with what I did, but it does. Yeah. So this makes it feel like we are guessing this, which is not true, because we are literally copying from their documentation and it's still not working. So something is just wrong. I can't place it yet. Our code seems fine. So what I'm going to do is in order to avoid just wasting time waiting for this to work. Like I said, it might be the gas fee, might be too high. There's a way we can even check that just to be sure. So let me do this. Let me get the gas fee and let me console log it. So I'm going to say client dot get fee gas price. So let's say the gas price. I think the gas price is I need to await that here. So I need to await this. So I'm going to await this const gas price equal to this, and then I'm also going to display the gas price since we are waiting it already here. So let's see what we get. So we can also use that to determine if the gas price is a bit too much for what we want or not. Maybe that's why it's not sending. Can't be sure. So, but this is fine. So the gas price is nice 518 this N, which is significantly lower than what we have. So it's not the gas price. Should work. It's not working. Okay, you know what? I'm going to leave this. I want to work on this, the data API, which is where we implement our portfolio API. This for tokens. We can use this for tokens. This portfolio for tokens, NFTs, and the rest. We can create that easily. You can see build a complete portfolio view of your user wallet across tokens and NFTs. We can do that easily. Token API easily requests information about specific tokens and stuff like that. Prices API, we can do that also. And we can also use the transfer API, fetch historical transaction for any address in one request. It is what we need. So, like I said, I'm not going to be creating this manually, writing the entire thing. Nope. And that's not going to happen. Two things that I'm going to do here, because this doesn't work for this transaction API, this transfer API doesn't work for testnet, it only works for mainnet. So that means I'm just going to implement it, and then we'll try it with an actual mainnet address when we know that it works. So currently what we needed to do, sorry about this again, I needed to bring it back here, is to go to our endpoint and select the chains we want to enable. Currently, I have 44 chains enabled on this test test account that I'm using with the Alchemy SDK. You can see Sepolia is enabled, and it's literally a minute ago. I still used it a minute ago, so that means it's valid, but it's not registering any other thing. As you can see, I can fetch the balance and all of those things. Everything still happens in the same place. That's why it's been working. So yeah. So that's that. So one last thing is to fetch my transfer API. This is how I can use the transfer API. There's a quick start that can allow you to do that. There's a demo script that literally looks like this, right? I just need to specify the chain I want to use, and then that does it for me. So the thing is, it says on 50 plus networks. It doesn't work for all chains. Like I said, it only works for some of them. So we can't use it for testnet. Most testnets, it will not work for most testnets, as you can see from here. So this is a sandbox. So if I try using it for Sepolia now, for this address, the form address is, let me show you the form address. So if I try this now, so if I try from something like this, which is on Sepolia currently, and I go here and I try it, and I paste it here, then the two address is, let's see, for my transaction history, what do I have in my transaction history? So let's say the two address is 0x159, which is the same thing. So I'm going to just click on this transaction so I can copy the address 0x159. So if I paste 0x159 here, you can see this. So now let's check if I truly have that. If I send the requests, it gives me empty, even though I truly have an account there. Like I literally know I do. So that's one of the issues here. So it doesn't work for Sepolia most times. It feels like it will work from here if you check it from here, but it doesn't work. I've tried this severally, and I can tell you that it doesn't work for testnet. So if I try with metadata again and I send, it's still going to be the same thing, 0. So even though I know I have transactions, still the same thing, empty. So if I'm trying to add ERC20, which is normal, still going to give me an empty result, right? So which simply means I'm sending actual tokens. So ERC20 should work, but it still fails. So that's that. So but if you try with mainnet actually works. I've tried it with mainnet before and it works perfectly well. So yeah, so that's a problem. And girls are trying to look at. Okay, let's try this account just to same thing. And I was able to send this 4 days ago when we started and set up the entire application. So that works. But then we are going to use that still because we are still going to be trying a mainnet. It might not be Ethereum itself, but try another mainnet, send stuff to it and see if it works or not. Just to be sure. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to copy the address we have here. So thank God we have it here. So I'll just copy from here. Not this one. Which is this. So you can see the validation is not working, right? Because as you can see here, we have this if it was working, we shouldn't be able to use this because it's above the amount we have. We're supposed to complain and give that error at the top there. But we don't have it working yet, like I said. So we need to still work on that. So we need to work on it. $3 we can afford for this. So send the transaction, still the same error. Crazy thing is I know I can try this later now and it works. I'm just confused as to why it's not working. My problem. API key, yes. Client, yes. The function, further function to create. That makes no sense. So let me go to the Alchemy session provider. Do I use my signer here? Signer connection is the same. All right, so we have another string of errors that this there's no much context to fix it, or we should be able to fix it. But currently, there's no much context as to how we can resolve the errors. We can still find a way. It's not bad. It's not possible to do. To just take us some debugging to be able to find out that and then get it fixed. Okay, we don't need this for now. Please work. I know everything is fine. Cross-check it with this one is fine. What is the problem? I have no idea. The recipient is fine. The data is fine. The value is fine. Okay, let's try one last time. Canary property to string of undefined. Okay, so yeah, I really don't know why this is failing for now. You know what? Let's just we already have most of it working, right? We find a way to debug it. So in order not to dwell on it, that's where I work. We don't dwell on too much things. Dwell on it, you will figure it out. You might start working on something else now, you see where the issue is coming from. So what we're going to do is let's start with the transaction history, right? Like just a few minutes. We won't complete it, but we'll start it. And transaction history looks somewhat like this, as you can see it here. That's the search that you can use to search for the transaction. So if I want to search for maybe 0844, so you can see it's only going to display it for us. So the search functionality is perfectly okay. It's grouping and everything. Tells you today, January 12th, December 21. Everything works perfectly well, right? Based on what I have. And if you click on this button, you're going to see this detailed view of what is happening and everything works. You can view an explorer, you can see the details. Now we're not going to implement this here because this is very tricky, but we'll, we can see the transaction itself here. And the transaction was one of the most difficult things when I was working on the extension, to be honest. Like because it needed to like work with a lot of data, tweak the data. There was no way to get the transaction directly because you're using a smart account. So you needed to get the data, tweak it, clean it up, do a bit of formatting. So it took a lot of time. It was one of the most difficult things to implement, but it worked eventually. So yeah, let's check history. Do I have history here? No, let's just check transaction.tsx. Where are you? Yeah, this is it. So this is what we have. Transaction. This is the transaction details dialog. This is the actual transaction itself. So we load the transaction data first, which requires us to get the active account, get transaction history, filter the data, do all of those things, and then group transactions by date. Wow, it was just a lot of stuff. So what I will do is I can copy the entire thing here because it's not that different from what we have. It's just that we need to clean up some things, which I would not like us to do on this call, right? But as it is, two things I want us to do before tomorrow's which I'm going to do tomorrow before tomorrow is I'm going to copy this and paste it because changing all of those things takes time. So we need to change all the divs to views and all of those things, then do a lot of styling on them, which is the intention, right? But I won't do more on that too. I'll just display the um, account as much as possible. Work on the styling later on. We can always implement the styles. So let's do something simple first. So we have the node. Before we come to the wallet, there's a transfer API we can use, right? And as you saw from the dashboard, let me go back there, even though it's too bright. You can see that we can use the RPC. We can use just the RPC method to get data and it will work for us. But like I said, we can't use it on testnets. It doesn't work for testnet, even though it tells you that yes, it's not true. It doesn't work on testnet. Tried it multiple times to know that it doesn't. But we can still use it. It doesn't really affect us. We can still see transactions for said we'll try it out, send some things out to see how they work. So one of the things you need mostly is this try the get asset transfer is the RPC method you need, just like you saw from the dashboard. That's what does all the work for you. Like this asset transfer, get asset transfers, that's the RPC method you need. So what we need to do is we use one of the tutorials we have here. How to get transaction history for an address is what we need. So or how to integrate historical transaction in your app. You can check that out. Let's see what it looks like. So let's open that in a new tab. The page can be so responsive at times. So historical, so like I said, don't mind me. I like everything working swiftly. If I click it, I want to see it respond. I don't like waiting. If I'm waiting for it, then I feel it's bad. It's just bad design. That's where I look at it. So Yeah, my standard for application development is quite high, very, very high. So yes, we have that. So these are like the basic tutorials. Sending transactions on Ethereum, like we saw. We've seen this already, right? We've seen this. We create this using what they call it, normal React. But we're not working with React now. We are working with account, smart account client. So it's a bit different. Using normal React is just to use send transaction, and that works for you like literally well. If you're using the wallet client, or if you're not using the wallet client, so it's a bit different to use. Yeah, so you can see how simple it is to do that. But that's the same thing we've been trying to implement for some time now, but it's not been working. And it's literally the same thing. The only difference is we are not using the send transaction because we can't. This is the legacy way of we are using the smart account version. The transaction history, right? Get that. So this is quite a long read, but we don't need to go through all the read. All we need to do is just do this. So all you need is just you need these params. So this is just a basic RPC fetch. You can pass it to a normal fetch, JavaScript fetch method, get the response, and that's all. You can use it from there, and it works. So inside the API key, then you don't need to deploy this anywhere. These are no documentation because this will not even work nowadays. Some of the code here has changed a lot. So like most of the things here are just going to fail. It won't work. Um, let's look at this transaction history. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can use this one. So this is most probably what we want to use. So transaction history in this case is we implementing this like this. Just this function is okay. Get this, paste this here, apply it, and that's all. Want to confirm if it has a way we can do it with an SDK. It really doesn't. It doesn't provide us a way to do that with the SDK. If there is, I've not seen it. So if any of you have seen it, just feel free to let me know. Like you can see here, this is what we have. And there's no transaction here. There's no use transaction or anything, especially for the mobile version. That such does not exist. So we need to implement it manually ourselves by using this, right? So we use the get asset transfers, we use the from block, the address that we want to check from. It's basically just from our from address, that's all. So if you use our from address, let me show you what I mean here. So instead of using the to address, I'm just going to remove the to address completely like this. So it's going to remove the to address from here because it doesn't exist. So if I send the request now, it's still going to be empty because it doesn't respect the it doesn't fetch it on testnet. Of course, this address doesn't have anything on mainnet yet, too. But if it does, it could have worked. And let me prove that here. Let me pick an address that has something on mainnet. Not on Ethereum mainnet though. And this is only for Ethereum mainnet. I wish it showed other stuff so it would have worked. All right, but then that is basically what it looks like. So if you just need to use this, right? We just need to use this. We don't even need to pass the chain because you can see here we're not using the chain. We are not passing the chain to it. We just do this here from block, the from
It's
address,
19 hours.
and that's all. And then we are good to go. So this is basically how we could have done this, and this is how we are going to implement that. So we want to see details between two transaction between this and this. We can use that. But in our use case now, because we are not trying to do that, right? We are just trying to look for transaction between our account alone. just our accounts. Now we are not working with multiple accounts yet, so just one of our accounts will work for us perfectly well. So we can do that. So that's what we are going to do in this case. So I'm going to give it this. All right, so this is what I want to show you guys. One of the stuffs we tried the other time. Like I said, it doesn't work on Sepolia, but this is actually Sepolia. The reason why this is working is because it's between two actual smart account wallets, which is why this is displaying this way. So this is, if you look at this transaction, this is between the transaction you see here, which is this 7244 and 8441. You can see the hash here is D973. If you compare the hash with what is here, you can see it's D973. So this is the actual transaction. So this is what we're trying to implement. So in this case, I want to implement this in such a way that I'm using just the to address, right? So I'm going to check how many transactions do I have. You can see it shows me 2. So this is what we're actually working with. So I'll paste this to AI to create this. Create this very fast. It shouldn't take time to create this. So I'll just tell you to create that and paste it in the history page. So I want to implement this fetch call to the history page. Can you implement this? Use the same day. Ensure you. Okay, let me go to the history page first. So this is what the history page looks like, right? So I'll just ensure you follow this mobile apps design language, design system. So let's see what it does. So I'm going to paste this. This is the RPC, and this is the call. I think that is just the call request, right? Just normal. It's not even the call request there, but this is how the request looks like. So this way we can use it on let's go to the transfers API. Yes. So show how we have this. Let's see the example. The example is not here. Okay, yeah, this is one I want us to see. This is, we can use the JavaScript. There's no call here. So I'll just say you should use something like this. This is the mainnet. So we need to use the URL. The URL we are trying to use is the actual stuff we need. The call request works. In this previous example, which is dashboard, that we can't see it, but we know the network. So this is what I'm going to paste to it, so that way it understands what it needs to do. So I'm just going to make sure I change it from 7221 to external and internal, because we are not trying to fetch tokens or NFTs, just the transactions. So this is an example of how it works. This is example results. So I'm going to paste it to it so it knows what to do. So this is, so I'm going to paste this. I'll change this to external, internal. This is the call request. And this is the response structure. This is an example. So you're going to do this. I'm going to tell you to follow the example structure, which is something like what we have here. So I'll give you this so he knows how to make the decision on how to proceed with the response. So if you compare the value we have there with the value we have here, in fact, I will give it one that actually makes that we've seen as a result, right? So he knows how to make decision based on this one. So he knows there's a raw contract with this, and then there's a page key. In the former one, there's no page key because we don't have that. So I'm just going to send it this one. Yeah, I'm going to leave this one as the request because it's the same thing. So I can't try this, so I can't change it. Okay, so I'm just going to say this. So you should work with this. So I'll just allow you plan what he wants to do, right? Like I said, it's just to demonstrate what we have. So that way we know that we have the history, we have the same functionality, even though the same functionality has refused to work. And I'm so pissed off right now because it's not working. I know this should work. Like you can see it from an example here. It's literally the same code. So, but for some reason, I don't know why it's not working. You can see. So that's just so wrong. I'm trying to send to this account so it should work. But it's not working. Same thing. Okay, so let's see. Still not working. I'm trying to just thinking of why this is failing. I know I'll get the reason eventually, but I really wanted this to work because we've done so much to this point that should make it work. Like everything literally makes sense. There's no problem, no issues. The code is structured. This is the request body, and it is valid. It's valid, but it's not working. I think I know why it's not working. The URL it's using here, api.g.alchemy. That should not be the URL. The URL being used should be the Sepolia URL based on the chain that I'm selecting. So if you look at this, for instance, this is itmainnet.g, right? This is in api.g. Okay, that might not be the problem. We might just be using that since we knows it's a smart account and be maybe making the change to within the SDK. That's a possibility, but there's no way for me to know that until I check, which is what I might have to do. Because that might be the reason why it's not working. That might be one of the reasons. Okay, let me check with this. This is perfect. I understand this analysis of this, create transaction types and hooks, extend transaction type, add the interface for the Alchemy transaction, transfer response structure, create a custom hook. Yeah, perfect. That's what I would have done too. Transaction list component, list wrapper and loading state and pagination, which is cool. He knows what to do. Add put to refresh, perfect. Integration and polish, awareness, data flow, this text skeleton. I'm not using UI native now. Don't use that. So features to implement real-time updates, refresh when the balance changes, multi-chain support, show transaction from a selected network, pagination, error recovery, accessibility, transactions that should be filtered by specific category or show all. Okay, let's filter. You know what? Let's just show all of them. Doesn't matter. We can let's show all, but still add support for fields free by scripts. Then the date range should end date field true or show all is true. Um, all right, so this should guide it on what to do. So I'll just tell it to do this, follow best practices, and then once I send this, it knows what to do. It will just implement it. So while this is working, I still need to figure out why this the send functionality fails to work. So we can see there's some other things like the price, token prices, historical. So there's a lot of things you can do with Alchemy. Like it's um, such a cool platform that exists, such a cool should I say product as a service or platform as a service rather, that we can use for a lot of things. So you can even simulate transactions, right? So you can simulate execution bundle, simulate transaction execution, simulate asset changes, and all of those things. So we have that, but what we do not have right now is how to get our transaction to work, which is the annoying part. So it says understood, perfect for the clarification. I now understand this. You want to you want comprehensive this. So foundation extend transaction type. So before we do all of this, just to avoid any hiccups, right? I'm going to commit all of the things we have here. But basically, there's no need. Let's just allow it to do what it wants to do and use the informed data that it has. If there's anything that doesn't work, we can fix that on our own. So design system use the card, badge, skeleton, alert, and text. The history page should look like this. State management should use this. Switch down for global settings if needed. We are still going to use this, and that will be like using it for the settings. So the reason why I want to get this done today is we can just go to the settings tomorrow, do some cleanups, add some states, management, and that's all. We are done with it. And then we can do extra cleanup afterwards. But for the purpose of this series, which is to build it in 1 week, we successfully covered that from scratch, from like taking it single-handedly every single time we jump on this call. So that has been achieved. And once that is achieved, then we can continue working on this. I will share the GitHub repo in the description of all the videos tonight. So you guys can check that out and then you can access it if you want to. I'll also contribute to it if you feel there's something that should be done. But that will be after the whole series has been completed. So its contribution will be from this time tomorrow, which is the last time the series, the end of the series tomorrow, then we can complete the entire thing. So we can then allow for contributions from then. So that's basically what's going to happen. So I'll just assume this is fine. Tell the AI to proceed with implementation and to tell it to just fix all of those things. It shouldn't take time to fix it. So while that is working, I'm going to go back to this and see how I can resolve this issue. Still not super happy with how this is not working because it should work like it should. This is everything that is provided here. We've used every single thing here. What was this one? Drop and replace user operation. Custom O that handles the drop and replace user operation for a given client and mutation argument. Probably I'm going to use this one if it allows me customize it more because I know if I customize it myself, it should work just the way I've done before when I was building the extension. Right. All you need to do is pass in the UO functions or the UO arguments that you need, the target, the data, the value. Then you also need to pass in other things. Other things you need to pass in are things like the account you want to send from. You also need to pass in things like the account type if you want to use 7702 or the paymasters from into the same function, and that works. But currently, I can't do all of those because it's doing all of those things for me. But if this will work and I can use this one, I might just go ahead and implement it this way. Uh, Drop and replace user operations. What does it do differently? Doesn't do anything differently. So that just might work. Okay, so if that is the case, then let me go back to this. It's still pending some changes to scope. Um, right, let's allow this to its thing first. I don't want to tamper with it. Still fails. Crazy thing is, it doesn't even get to the same prepared calls like we had before. At least before it was getting to the same prepared calls, and then we can use it from there, and everything works fine. Now it doesn't even get there anymore, so we can't even see it. What are you changing? I need to know what you are changing. Don't go adding things I don't want. I have some of these things that you are using here. So this is already, I think I should have given it more instructions. Um, the block explorer URL is using here is wrong for many reasons. Um, One of the reasons why it is wrong is because it's trying to pick it, but Alchemy already provides that. When it gives you the transaction response, it contains the URL. It might not contain it here directly, but there's a way you can check it and it works. Uh, okay, I will implement that myself because I know where that is. I know what's supposed to happen. I dislike when you are telling me mock implementation. I told you to implement it. You are giving me mock implementations. That's just terrible. But whatever, just do what you do. Let me finish the implementation myself. This makes no sense. Errors everywhere. But it's fast. At least it will take me longer time to implement this, even if I'm be fast doing it. But right now, I can make the changes. Yeah. First things first. What is this transaction history? I'm already seeing errors everywhere. Wow. Okay. All right. So a few more minutes. I'm sure it should be done in a few minutes time. We still need to revert most of this to work for what we want. And I'm beginning to even think I don't need all of this. I'm beginning to think I don't need all of this because it's just be more difficult making the changes to what I want. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm beginning to think twice. I don't need all of these implementations right now. Yeah. So this is how AI will cause errors for you and say I'm done. That's fine. I'm going to change it myself. So I'll just edit this. Wherever I see the interface, I'll just do a global edit. I'll call it I this. This is how I like to represent my interfaces. Why? Because it's descriptive. You know that anything with I underscore have interfaces, anything with the other ones, like E, for me, E underscore means enums. I'm working with enums. So I have a way of describing it. So if you see my code base, you know this is my code base. Like it's clear enough. But what do you know? AI is not that smart. It's not surprising. Okay, so these are type errors. They can be fixed. Transaction lists. Let's go to transaction lists. Okay, big, plenty errors. Use transaction history. Okay, so what's the next thing? Only what do you mean? Okay, so we have everything solved. Let's see if it works. Before I resolve all these type errors. So these are type errors. We can just resolve the type errors. This doesn't contain error. It contains result dot. Okay, so we know it doesn't contain errors, so we can't use data dot error. It's probably going to be response dot if response not okay. There's no data dot error, so it's not going to work. So to be sure we have that, let me go back to the get assets. This just give me 200 successful. There's no 400. There are no different states, so we don't know what is. So we just say error occurred, or we just basically just give it all right, so far so good. This is fine. I'll remove this because it doesn't work. So I'll just say error code. I'll find a way to play eventually because the errors show from the try catch. We're going to be try catching this. So if it doesn't work, we know it's coming from there. So if response is not okay, response or status. Response or text should give us the answer to the error. So that means we can basically just use this. So we don't need this anymore since we know it will always work or fail. So next thing we have is to fix this other error. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave this. Okay, that's fine. So let's go to the history to see. Does it work? Do we have? Yeah, so this is wrong. Should be giving me what I want. So let's check the history page itself and see what's passing into it. Does it pass the address? What does it pass into it? How does it get it? How does it do? So I haven't gone through to see what it does, but the question is, let me see. Infinite scroll, flatten list, multi-chain support. Are you checking that with the chain I'm working with or what? This transaction history address. Okay, it's using the chain, and the chain also always provides the URL. It provides the RPC URLs, like I was saying. So it provides that. So the essence of using this RPC URL is just fake because it doesn't need that. Whatever chain I'm using provides the URL. So that's what we are going to use. So fetch Alchemy transfers. Let's see how it does this. So it passes in fetch Alchemy transfers, takes in the target address. Target address comes from which is user to address, which is correct. So in this case, just to be sure, I'm going to use the account. I'm going to call it client. I'm going to import client from here dot account dot address and see if it works. So that means it's wrong because it's supposed to work. So another thing we should also consider is it the from? We need to consider which of them. Is it using the from or the to? We need to know. So before I conclude if this is fine, I'm going to use the user address first. Then I'm going to go to where we make the fetch itself. That's fetch Alchemy transfers. So using the informed decision now, this is from block, which is the to address. Yeah, which is actually what we want. We want the to address, and that means the to address was sent to me. Yeah, so the to address is valid, so that should work. So why are you still not working? This is correct. Okay, I'm not passing the chain ID. Let me rewrite this one. I don't want to pass the chain ID because this one was wrong. Pass the chain itself. Don't pass the chain ID. Pass the chain. When you pass the chain, I want to use the chain. Let me see. The pass the chain for me. Import the chain type. Yes. So pass the chain. So I want to use the chain to decide what to use. So I'm going to comment out all of this RPC URL stuff. I don't need. So I'm going to comment this out. So it's going to be RPC URL is going to be, so I'm going to say const RPC URL equal to chain.rpc URL. It's not going to be chain ID anymore. It's going to be chain.rpc URLs default. So let's see what we get here. If it fails, if we are using it the wrong way, we will know. So let's go back and come back into the history page. And does it display anything? No. So that means it's not even getting there. Yeah. All right, so it works. It works, but this is wrong. The RPC URL being displayed is actually very wrong. So I need to change that. It's not going to work with this actual URL. So we need to use a proper URL. First thing I want to do is I want to chain.rpc URLs. But there's a block explorer URL that we can use though. The native currency too has like not native currency. I think one of them also have URLs you can use. I see to just pick from. Maybe I'm wrong. But I know it's RPC URL works. RPC URLs is an array of strings for the okay. So let's just do this. I need to be sure. Cannot read page key of undefined. The error is located at this. try this. Let's go to the history page. Okay, so this is wrong. Chain RPC URLs. This transaction history. So it feels at 164. So it's failing at this. Say property undefined. Two 2. On 25 transaction list. So I'm still going to fix all of this. Like we are going to do that. Wow, out of box. 960. This is a okay. We have transaction.from. Yeah. So because transaction is from there, we need to actually make it this way. Case transaction field. You know what? I'm going to not just change that. I think that was what messed up the stuff I added here to break this 100%. I'm going to leave this while still making sure I use the. I'm going to just do this. I'm going to just console log this. I'm going to call this chain.id. Chain.id. So I'm going to use this. This should just resolve the issues. Okay, it doesn't. Then we have 63. Transaction item 63. All right, you know what? I'm just going to do this. Now, if transaction doesn't exist, don't run any of these things. If not transaction, just return none. It's going to complain here, but it's better that way. So now we can look at this way. We can see this. It's giving me RPC third web. This isn't third web. Where is it getting third web from? I'm so shocked. So weird. So I'm using chain here. Chain is coming from the chain here. Chain here is coming from chain from VM, which is correct. And then switching this, I simply say, fetch me the RPC URLs for that. Or you have to use clients. Okay, I think that's correct. But then I want to use the this URLs from Alchemy. So this is not what I expected to give to me. I think Alchemy also has a chain property, right? Let me check chain params, because it always returns an extra property of its own. So it returns one thing. It doesn't just return the one from VM. That's an extra thing that it adds to it. That's what I'm looking for. Extend schema, change config. 5%. Wow. Okay, so I have a chain config which okay. So one last thing. One last thing. I know chain gives this, which is this is correct. It's not going to fail. Now this RPC is correct. But the reason why this is not working is because Alchemy itself always injects its own RPC for every chain. I'm 100% sure of that. So whatever chain we are using, Alchemy injects its own chain for you to use. But because I'm using chain from VM, I'm not getting that chain from Alchemy kit, the account kit itself. So I need to check something from the chains .ts. Where are we fetching it from? We fetch from infra. Okay, so I think infra should give me that. If I'm not mistaken. Alchemy chain config. Yes, RBC base URL is what I'm looking for. Yes. Alchemy config I'm using instead of the chain. So I'm using chain config like this. So instead of this, I won't be using the extension of that. So chain dot id, just the same thing. But in this case now provides you something else. Provides me RPC base URL. So that means I don't need to use the one from these guys at all. So that's exactly what I need for this use case. So if you check again now, you'll see this. I'm just going to go back. I'm going to wait for it to load because it's going to kind of like reload. And hopefully everything should work well. But I'm sure it's going to work well. Confident it should work well. Okay, so let's clear the console log. So this will be the last thing we do today. So you can see it's fetching this. Inside Alchemy fetch transfers. It's making the fetch, cannot read property ID of undefined. Asking it to try again. In proper skeleton state and load to refresh. So that works, but not working as exactly the way I want it to. So I think the problem here is the API key is not being found. That's one of the problems. And that's very okay. Let's see, just to be sure. I'm not sure if that's the problem, but I think that is it. API key. So we need to be sure. I'm going to take this back. I'm going to reload this. I'm going to clear this just to be sure we have the same thing. I'm going to reload the app. Clear the logs. Clear the logs. Clear the logs. Clear this. Clear the logs. Into our history. Okay, so it gets to the API key. So it's not the API key itself. I think it just has to do with the RPC URL is being used again from here. which I'm not entirely sure what it is. I'm not putting the API key, so it's just to be sure. The RPC string also fails. Okay, so it's not the RPC string because did we are using the base URL, right? So if you check, something is actually wrong here. Think so. This time around, I'm not going to be using this. Or before here, I'm going to be using it here. Chain.rpc base URL. Let's see if this works. So I know that. Oh, so this is giving me undefined. Wow. Okay, so that's why. So it's giving undefined. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, okay, okay. I think I understand why. We are passing in something that is totally different from old. Yes, that's true. This is passing in chain. Chain is coming from use chain, which is of the chain type. Oh, shush. Yeah, that's true. So that this is not going. This is wrong. So I'm not going to use this as this because this will not. But this will not give me my. So I'm going to get this back from VM because that's what will literally return. But I'm still going to get my. How can you help is a config? I should still get that. Okay, so as you can see here, we have this as we should. Then we have the API key, then we have the undefined, but it's still not giving us what we want because this is external, internal, we have to 20 days. So two things I'm going to do is remove this here. So if I remove to, I believe we should give us a response. So to me, and then come back to finish all of this in our final part of the series. The showdown. We call it the showdown. Okay. Okay, so something is still wrong. What if I don't use parameter category? I just discard this too and just use external. I was given the idea exactly. So this is it. So finally it worked. And the reason is because we are using the other ones. I think I know why. The ERC20 shares 1125 or 1155 and 721 do not really work when you use this. I think I've had that issue before also. You should use if you want to get transaction history for those ones, you should be separate, not for this. Of course, we can still use it, but I think using them together might pose a challenge. Let me check that just to be sure. I'm not sure. Not sure. Probably the parameters of categories is where the problem is coming from. I can't be sure. I'm just saying now. Um, let's confirm that. Let's see. That's correct. Oh yeah, so it still works. So the problem is not from there. The problem is from the parameters of category that is being passed to it. back to the fetch Alchemy transfers here, we see the params here. That's the page parameters that is being passed is the problem. And we see where we use this here. We see the params is being passed. We use flat transaction list, which is from the thing from here, from the page itself. Transaction list is passing in the filters, but we are not passing anything to the filter and the transaction list because the filters is here. Categories are literally empty and it's not being set anywhere. That's terrible. That's why. So we just need to fix it. I know where the issue is right now. So we use page categories to, or we go back here and add categories to be external and internal by default. And if everything goes well, let me refresh this. It should still work as normal. So we successfully done that. We did two things today. Of course, the send and the history. Now the history will still be modified because this is not the design I have in mind. So it still works, yes. So it works fine. And I think if I also add, because currently the filters are not working. The filters are not even being implemented, if I'm not mistaken, because it doesn't do that. It's only being added. There's no way to implement filters. The filter doesn't get selected. You can't change it. I can't set it. It's just there. Probably because there's a problem. I don't know. Why does this still have issues? This is totally different now. So I can't click this. Yeah. So I think that's why it doesn't work currently. I said this should be um, stuffs we have. Currently, it doesn't work. All categories should give me all of this, and that should be the we have. So I'm going to just export this and move it to the constant because it's going to use across board multiple places. I guess I don't have a constant. So I'm just going to move this and they call it a day. We've spent almost 4 hours. Today is the longest we've done so far. And the reason is I think it's clear enough why we did this. So I'm going to go to chains, but I'm not going to add it to chains. I'm going to add the config. I'm going to go add the constant file, constant.ts. I'm going to move that here. So I'm going to add that here. I'm going to also add a bunch of other things like category labels, the category colors. These are things that we know that we might want to use in other places, more than one place. So I'm going to move this also out here. Yeah. So then we're going to import all of this back to the main file. So all categories imported, all category colors imported, category labels solution imported. All right, so we're good to go. Running this should be fine. Taking it back to the index history page. We know that we are using this by default. So the categories is going to be by default. It's going to be all of them displayed at once. So it's just going to be constant, which is the all categories. So we're just going to use all categories by default here. So that means you should load all the categories by default when we start load the page. Whew. Yes. So last thing to do, let me try this send again. I just hope it was because we didn't refresh. So yeah, cool. So we have all of this. I still can't toggle out this, but it works. We can see the category here. The first one that was sent to our address, which is the you can see there are two transactions that was done. Same transactions done here. You can literally see the same transaction now. And the transaction is this. There are two transactions. The first one is block 10.02.577, which literally is the same thing as block 10.02.9577, and that's 4 days ago. This doesn't show the time, but it's 4 days ago, and you can see the amount is also different 0.001 ETH, which is wrong. It should be sent. So I'm going to use this. It's not yeah, this was received, this was sent. So it's sent 0.002. This one is giving me less than this, which is true. It's correct, but not the actual value. Then the other one sent today is oh, that was the last one that was sent. So what was the first one? The first one is 10.057 And that was not me. Was that me? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This is yes, 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 yes. There are two of sent. So there are two of this was sent when okay. Not find Moodle Expo clipboard. You know what? No problem. I'm going to fix this. But so far so good. I think you guys can see the history page now. So we have that. Let's try this one last time, just to take my mind off it because I still feel pissed off that this is not working. I literally do feel. I didn't even touch anything on this. Render fewer hooks than expected. What was modified in my code? Details. Okay, let me figure it out. Something was changed. Probably this error happened and we didn't notice earlier on. That might just be it. That might just be the problem. Because I can't think of any reason why it failed. It was working just a while back. So our transaction is working perfectly. We have this working. We have this. Oh, so it's back. So I think that was the problem. If I'm not mistaken, that was the issue. So to test this one last time, fingers crossed. Hope everything works now. So I can demonstrate that this works because I know it works. It still doesn't work. Okay, so that will be it for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining this. I hope you've learned something from the chaos that happened today. But like we've been able to do almost everything we set out to, which was the send and the transaction history. And you can see the send page works now. It's a custom keypad that you can literally use to control what you do. So that way you can be sure you don't make mistakes. There can't be any of those things happening. So you use what you have here. You can switch between the networks you are connected to. Let's even test if you can use Polygon just to be sure. Because I know Polygon uses something else. So let's test Polygon mainnet. So you switch to Polygon, you can see POL. So if you do that and go to the send, you should not see the ETH anymore. You should see the POL. You can see zero POL. And the same thing should apply to this too. Still showing ETH. Is it the currency for okay, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. So let me fix this before we go. Or there's no point fixing this. We can just do this okay, get the split value, input mode is if this secondary symbol should be this. Oh, I think I'm not using the value that is coming from token symbol. I'm using token symbol. Oh yeah, I'm not using token symbol, that's why. So this is it. I'm not using it. That's why it's showing it still. It's not supposed to be showing it. It should be showing the token symbol here. So this is what we're going to do. This will change to token symbol. So you can see it here, it has changed. So we're saying the input mode is ETH, which is the input mode here. The input mode should be, I won't call it ETH, I'll just call it the native. Okay, I'll just call it ETH, right? We can always change it from ETH to native. So if the token symbol is ETH, change to that. So that's basically why. So yeah, this is it. That's like this is like 70% or 80% of what we set out to do. Of course, not everything is perfect. This is not production ready at all. There's still things to do to make it the way I would go. But if I was to be working on this, a week is okay for me to get everything done and working from start to finish. But the thing is, I try as much as possible not to work on it while I end the video, right? So I don't touch it. I just come back the next day and stop. But if I was to work on it, all I need is just 24 hours. Maybe I should be able to get everything ready for production, literally for production. So yeah, so that and that will be all for today. See you guys in the finale series tomorrow, the same time. So if you're not subscribed, Nigeria time, so to do that now, share this video with someone that needs to, so that you can be notified as well of whenever we drop that video. It's going to be more interesting than this one because it's going to be more cleanups and less trainers like this. I'm going to try to see to resolve this send issue today to see why it's not working. I'm sure I should be able to get it to work. If I don't, I'm sure I'll debug it and tell you guys the reason. Then we'll fix it after the finale. But then we need to complete every other thing. The main thing we've not done so far is the settings page. It has not been touched at all. But every other thing has been touched. The history page is fine. So all I need to do is just add some functionalities to make it look like this, or add some UI fixes to make it look like this. I prefer this design to whatever it is that is showing me currently. I literally don't like this. And you can see it works for the network. Now that we're on Polygon, there's no transaction, so it shows empty. So if I clear all the filters, it totally goes out. But then I don't want it cleared because that's what I want. So this works. This works perfectly. All I need to do is just implement it to look something like this with categorizations. Like I have here, I have the all sent and received. So I can categorize it by sent and received also. That makes more sense, right? So this is how it's going to look like. So thank you so much, guys, once again for watching. Catch you guys in the finale series, finale episode tomorrow. Bye for now. Take care. Peace.